Sword of Coming Chapter 867. There is a small chapter in the evening. A sword was handed out, and many of the heart magic illusions that lay on the road ahead were dissipated. The culprit responsible for the pinnacle of the Ascension realm that sits in Tuiua Mountain is not only a pure sword repairman, but also a flying sword in his life, and even inscribed part of the magical powers of the two high-ranking gods, Imaginer and Responder. Qingwang was warm, a golden guile shattered, and his face was full of regret, as if he regretted surrendering that guilty back then. The white-clothed monk turned sideways, leaned back slightly, twisted the string of Buddhist beads in his hand, and looked at the young hidden official from the corner of his eye, with a playful smile, as if to say that the mountains are high and the water is long, and there will be a period of time later. The woman in Tsing Yi with a ponytail did not hide, let the sword light pass by. Tuiua Mountain was split by the middle, and it was divided into two. There was a huge gully that couldn't be bridged, and it hadn't been restored for a long time. At the same time, the body of the great demon culprit holding the sword was also cut apart by a sword. For the first time, a look of surprise was revealed on the far-away half of his face. Obviously, Chen Pingan's sword, with the more than 3,000 swords handed out earlier, has a world of difference. It is no longer limited to the level of swordsmanship, but is full of swordsmanship, and even has the prototype of a certain swordsmanship on its own. So that in the long-lasting trajectory of sword light, it abruptly blocked the culprit's time ring method of Tuiua Mountain. On both sides of this mountain road, the aura of heaven and earth of thousands of miles of mountains and rivers, and even the aura of the mountains and waters and the luck of the weather, are all involved in madness, such as two turbulent tides, filling the road defects caused by that gully. As if a sword created a realm of emptiness outside the sky, the avenue was moving and the boundaries were clear. Compared to the situation of the culprit, the three-headed fairy-level monster in the mountains is terrible. The big demon centipede that had been wrapped around the mountain for a few times had the most pitiful end and was unable to escape. This fairyland big demon, whose original spirit had been severely damaged, was cut open together with Tuiua Mountain. The monk Yuaning tried to entrap it. Jean Dan fled, still shattered by the sword light that obscured the sky and shattered into several corpses, rolled down the foot of the mountain and died. The other two immortals, the one sitting on top of the colorful futon, withered and shriveled in human-shaped skins, teetering in a sword-chi flood, the brilliance of the futon under the seat was dimmed, and the immortal figure was drifting in the wind. His appearance has changed from an energetic, old-looking middle-aged man to a skinny and thin old man. In addition, the female demon monk, the golden silk embroidered copper nail pattern armor on her body, and the immortal carrying the lamp, shattered together, a still delicate face, with countless cracks, like a dry place for many years. In her field, the mountains and rivers in her small world are also in a similarly bleak situation, almost as exhausted and withered. If she fights against the hidden official and kills them and loses and perishes, that's all, but today's disaster is like the young hidden official and the culprit partnering to kill them in these upper five realms, teaching her how to be willing, so this female demon monk who ruled in the wild world had a great hatred in her heart. She hated the ruthless sword of the hidden official, and hated the insidious methods of the ancestor of the mountain, and deliberately imprisoned them here. Even if she is in her own patriarch hall, there is the life-saving lamp, which can help her reshape her body and resurrect her corpse, but after all, it has damaged a considerable part of her soul. Moreover, the life-saving lamp can be ignited. The monk's vital gold core and Yuan the infant could not be taken away, so he relied on the life-saving lamp to repractice. It has always been regarded as the most inferior corpse on the mountain. Almost all have to fall below the ground, especially the monster monks in the wild world. Once they lose their innate tyranny, the tough Yao's true body, the road damage is greater than the Howran world's gas trainer. This woman fairy with the proverbial Taoist name is like a weed, her figure swaying with the wind, and her soul is in pain when she is blown by the sword air wind, and the sound of her face and body is like a series of tiny firecrackers. With a touch of her face, it was the kind of dead ashes that the avenue died out. She was desperate, gritted her teeth, and stared at the first disciple of Tuiua Mountain outside the mountain. Today's disaster has caused more than 10 people to go to the 5 realms. The comrades died here, all thanks to you. The culprit, what a culprit, really has a good name, you are the culprit in the wild world. The culprit fell on deaf ears. Just glanced at the direction of Luluo from a distance. The woman looked crazy, suddenly burst into laughter, raised the arm that was constantly drifting ashes, and patted her head. Come on, the hermit, I will give you another military exploit. Just begging you to do it. The culprit broke Tuiua Mountain. It is not too bad to be able to die in the hands of the last hermit of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. A golden thunder and lightning landed swiftly from the thunder game, completely breaking up the fairyland female cultivator. The only remaining fairy cultivator stood up from the futon, looked around, smiled bitterly. I never thought it would be such a way to die, a little bit aggrieved. A demon cultivator who had never been to the Great Wall of Sword Chi would actually die on the side of Tuiua Mountain, especially under the hidden officer's sword. It was a big joke. The culprit withdrew his gaze and glanced at a place outside of the 2 heaven and earth restrictions. The monster monks in the mountains who died one after another were too late to escape, and never thought that there would be another sword repairman who took the initiative to break into the Tuiua Mountain realm. It was an old sword repairer of the demon race of the nascent soul realm. He hurried over, hovering with his sword, driving a natal flying sword, and splitting thousands of long swords, trying to cut a door from the side of the landscape restriction. It is a pity that in this battlefield, it is still just like a slender stream with limited water, crashing on a majestic mountain, doomed to be in vain. Lao Jianxiu was still unable to break the double ban on Tuiua Mountain and the caged bird, clamoring outside. The culprit looked at Chen Ping'an. There is a sword repairman who wants to change his life. What should I say? If you agree, I will let it go. Chen Ping'an twitched the corner of his mouth. A nascent soul realm, even if it's a sword repair, changed to a fairyland. Do you think too much? There is such a business in the world. Lu Chen sighed. Our hidden officer really carefully sailed the Wanyan ship. The culprit smiled and said, that sword repairer, named Hui Ting, comes from Hongye Jianzong. Until this moment, the body shape of the culprit was closed, and Tuoyuashan resumed its original appearance again. Never thought of that sword intent trajectory, even ignoring the countercurrent of the long river of time, and still running through Tuiua Mountain, the illusion and reality are unpredictable, blooming a dazzling colorful color, that is the bright rhyme of the collision of the long river of time and the mainstay, the glazed shards condensed by time and time, of varying sizes, splashing around Jianlu and Tuiuashan, one after another as fast as a shooting star, as small as a fingernail, as large as a copper coin, scattered all over the world, directly swept out Tuiua Mountain's thousands of li frontiers, slammed into the invisible barrier of the caged small bird world, and finally slammed but broke, and had to return to the long river of time. It can be seen that Chen Ping'an is only so powerful. At the same time, it means that this sword has left an irreparable sword energy corridor in the world of the culprit. It was like Chen Ping'an cut out a sword chi river that resembled a Luluo with a single sword. The culprit continued, you should have heard of the name Hui Ting. He was also a sword fairy in the Yupu realm. He only fell twice on the battlefield. The most recent time, 100 years ago, he broke that natal flying sword's powder. Has been recovering from injuries, so I missed the last war. The culprit wasn't worried that Chen Ping'an would breach the contract and repent. If he deliberately deceived, he would just open the door directly. I heard Hongye Jianzong and Hui Ting. Chen Ping'an narrowed his eyes and nodded. No. How could I not know this famous monster sword repairer? On the side of the Summer Palace, the records are very detailed. It's not just this monster sword repairman who likes to go to the Great Wall of Sword Chi to join in the fun and accumulate military exploits, so that the two falls are both on the battlefield, and this sword repairer who has the little powder of the flying sword is in the Great Wall of Sword Chi. On the battlefield, he always likes to sneak attack on women's sword repairs to refine the sword and cultivate a certain kind of flying sword magical power. He once attacked and killed a wounded female sword fairy. Her name is Song Kaiyun. It was the woman who made the two old Jinsho, Zhao Guiyan and Qing Quan, think about it for a lifetime. In fact, Song Kaiyun could have withdrawn from the battlefield at the time, but halfway, she encountered a group of young sword repairmen who were in desperate situation. In order to save them, she was found by the monster Yupu realm sword repair Huiting waiting for an opportunity. Opportunity sacrificed her natal flying sword Lifin, and beheaded her with a single sword. Among the few sword repairmen she rescued at the time, there was a young man named Yin Shin who was once sunny and easygoing. Very good, the other party sent it to the door by himself, and the sale was done. Chen Pingon took the lead in opening a path to the small bird world in the cage, and then the culprit followed to open the Tuyuashin formation, letting the nascent Soul Realm sword repairer rush to the battlefield. The immortal who had been waiting to die saw the familiar sword light, and said helplessly, "Hui Ting, are you stupid? A head must be given to the young hidden official for free. As for the aura and kendo aura after the death of the old friend, of course it will be accepted by the culprit." Although Hui Ting did owe him a life, exactly 1.5. He saved Hui Ting once in his early years and helped him a lot later, but how could he take it seriously when he changed his life? The old Jiansho from a sect of swordsmanship in the wild, ignored his friends, but hovered his sword at the boundary of Xiaoxiandi, looked up at the majestic figure with the lotus crown on his head, and asked with a smile, "You are Xiao Yan's successor?" The new hermit, Chen Pingon. Old Jiangxi's name, Chen Pingon, has really become calloused in his ears over the years. On the side of Hongye Jianzong, there is a junior sword repairer who has high hopes. He ranks among the 100 sword immortals of Tuiyue Mountain. His rank is not high, but he has been fortunate to have been to the Great Wall of Sword Chi and Haoran world. It was only on Tongyi's Hao. Injured, he returned to his hometown and the world very early. He had been in the sect for several years. Whenever I mentioned the young hermit, I was quite admired, because the two sides had never had the opportunity to ask the sword a real time, as that trip. One of the biggest regrets. This is the case on my own mountain, and friends visiting from outside the mountain are also almost like birds, which is very annoying. Chen Pingon turned his head and looked at the slim shape of the sword that was as small as a mustard seed. Hui Ting sensed the strong killing intent of the young hidden official, and laughed loudly. "Is this life of mine worth some money?" Chen Pingon said calmly, "It's not worth the money, you just it." The culprit smiled. If I remember correctly, this is the second time Chen Pingon has officially spoken after he appeared in Tuyuashin. And compared to the simple word "may," the number of words is a lot more. Lu Qin smiled and said, "Respect the strong and pity the weak." This culprit is actually quite interesting. It's a pity that you are in a hostile camp. Otherwise, if you meet in a river and lake somewhere else, you might be able to drink together at the same table. Of course, the so-called respect in this savage world is quite different. The so-called mercy is relatively easy to understand. It means that the culprit let Chen Pingon let off the ant monks of the nearby sect. A sharp sword light slashed down immediately, cutting down from the head of the monster sword repairer. Jian Guang rose again, and then cut across the middle. Fa Xiang waved his sleeves again, and a pocket-sized floating mine board appeared beside the old Jianxiu, choosing to slowly refine and kill the soul with 5 thunders. The key is that in the thunder game, 2 words with golden light were forced to appear. It was Jian Zui's real name of the monster race, and the light caused by the real name was shaking like a candle in the wind. abruptly stripped out the real name of the Yaozu. Lu Chen felt a bit creepy for a while. It wasn't that he hadn't seen more tragic scenes than this. It's just that Chen Pingan is the sword maker, which makes people's back a bit chilly. On the path of this kid's practice, whether he handed his sword or punched him, he always didn't like to drag and kill him. He would kill him, and he had never done so deliberately. After the previous questioning was fruitless, Lu Chen seemed a little slack. At this moment, he didn't bother to examine Chen Pingan's state of mind. Presumably, this wild sword repairman who has fallen through the realm twice must be on the list at the Summer Palace. The presence. Moreover, it is not easy for a sword repairman to be able to enter the Yupu realm twice. Not to mention the barren world, even in the Great Wall of Jinchi, there are only a handful of them. This sale is indeed a good deal. It would be even more cost-effective to slaughter that fairy again. Looking at the posture of the big demon culprit, since he didn't throw the immortal out of the Tuyua mountain realm, he was clearly waiting for Chen Pingan to break the contract, and he would never stop him. Chen Pingan doubled his finger and smashed the words of the two real names of the monster races. Even if Hui Ting placed a life-sustaining lamp in the Hongye Jianzong Patriarch Hall, it would be useless. The great demon of immortal realm widened his eyes and trembled. Hui Ting. Chen Pingan said, "Don't get out yet." In Tuyua Mountain, the withered immortal quickly converged his mind, with an incredible face, and asked tentatively, "Really let me live? If you don't believe it, it's better not to go." Chen Pingan was silent for a moment. Seeing that the immortal was still uncertain, he wanted to run the dangling 5 thunder seal. Unexpectedly, the 10,000 Zhang sage suddenly sank, and under his feet, the ground collapsed into 2 huge pits. Lu Chen immediately looked at Chen Pingan's personal world, and at the same time a string of Yao's real names appeared at the same time, and all of them were in the Ascension realm with a long history. Chen Pingan slashed to support Wishan again with a sword. In an instant, the landscape is hazy, there is no cave, and it is inexplicably placed in a mysterious environment with extremely boring scenery. It was a long corridor that seemed to have no end. At first glance, even with Chen Ping's current 14 realms, he could not see the exit even with exhaustive eyesight. When Chen Pingan put away his great gestures, the corridor shrank. On the right-hand side are countless doors, and on the other side is the end of the 2 ends of the Great Wall of Sword Qi in the early years. It is an endless void, a long river of time that does not know where to lead. In history, many Confucian temples accompany saints and sages have fallen on this road. The 4 previous worlds, coupled with today's multicolored world, the so-called borders between each other are nothing more than the existence of several post roads opened by the sages, the existence of time ferry crossings, and the ascension of the great monks on the top of the mountain. Only by this can he travel far and cross the world without getting lost in the long river of time and becoming a corpse outside the sky. In fact, several worlds are far apart from each other. Lu Chen frowned and said, "It was Bai Zhe who made the move, and deliberately provoking the action at this time. Is it provoking the boss sword immortal?" As expected, it is Bai Zhe. If you want to provoke it, you should not provoke it. Obviously, as soon as Bai Zhe returned to the wild world, after Qin Qingdu killed the ancient high gods with a single sword, he immediately exchanged courtesy and awakened the powerful sleeper on the side of Yiluo, and hibernated in various secret realms for a long time. The ancient great demon is about to wake up completely. Is it just that after Bai Zhe breaks those hibernations, it seems that his strength has declined? It's no wonder that Bai Zhe is so confident and unpredictable. This path is really unexpected. Lu Chen sat in the Lotus Dojo. After some deductions, he was surprised and smiled with his palms. So, I understand, Bai Zhe's 14 realms of Kotaoism, such a fantastic idea, is comparable to the poor Tao. His 5 dreams and 7 minds. Everyone knows that Beiyujing's 3 head teachers have the mysterious 5 dreams and 7 mental expressions, which is so mysterious that Lu Qin himself can't crack it. Separately from the dream Confucian teacher Xingqiang, the skull on the pillow in the dream reverts to the white bone real person, the oak tree in the dream is alive, the tortoise in the dream is dead, and the butterfly in the dream does not know who I am or who dreams and wakes up. In addition to the 5 dreams, there are 7 phases, walking along the road of Lu and Qin, the wooden chicken, the tree, the mole, the peng, the cardinal, the bird, the butterfly, and the road evolves in turn. If the existence of the 3 patriarchs, each determined the height of Taoism in the world. So Bai Ze's way of harmony is the greatest shock to the other worlds. Although Bai Ze is not warlike and has never been interested in killing, if he therefore regards Bai Ze as a soft-hearted monk, then it's too naive. Thousands of years ago, on the earth, the demons who ruled the world had accidentally died in Bai Ze's hands. Terran monks, whether they are gas practitioners or pure sword repairs, Bai Ze killed a lot of them. In the riverside meeting tens of thousands of years ago, Bai Ze took the initiative to sacrifice the interests of the demon clan and handed over the real names of a considerable part of the great demon in order to allow both worlds to recover. Figure. But it was Bai Ze's move with far-reaching significance. Just like he drew a bottom line for the world, that is, the demon race must be guaranteed to thrive, so as not to be too strong and wantonly attack, leading to wars that spread across the world. But Bai Ze also it is absolutely forbidden for any external forces to be able to kill the monster race. Those who cross the line and those who cross the boundary are enemies with Bai Ze, which is equal to a battle between life and death. Once the monster monks in the wild world were severely damaged, Bai Ze's cultivation base would skyrocket. Chen Pingan stood in place, not worrying about cutting the secret realm with the sword, nor was he anxious about Yufeng's advance. Instead he switched to holding the sword in his right hand. Earlier, he handed out the sword with all his strength, even with the tough physique of the 10-level martial artist returning to the true level. I am afraid it will be broken. Chen Pingan took a gentle breath to stabilize the mountains and rivers in his body. Before the 2-sleeved spring breeze, the small world of the human body, like the resonance of heaven and man, and the resonance of the earth, spring thunder vibrated. The long sword Yao hovered on the left side of his figure, Chen Pingan moved slightly, and the blade of Yao pierced into the river of time, leaving only half of the sword body. A trace of divine traction from the night tour tried to determine how far away the wall is. As a result, there was a burst of involuntary dizziness. Chen Pingan hurriedly stabilized Dao Axian and put away the heart of the mind. The road is beyond the sky. The reason why he was not in a hurry was because he was fighting with the golden body Faxiang and the Taoist Xing Yi who remained on the other side of the Tuiyue mountain boundary. The feelings between the 3 were still clear and disconnected. With this, Chen Pingan can still see all the movements of the big demon culprit. It is not the 84,000 methods of Buddhism. In this seemingly endless corridor, each door is engraved with a number, 1 to 9, starting with 3, and then 9 numbers, seemingly arranged in disorder. It's an artist's method, and the numbers are arranged according to the secret rate. Lu Qin explained, if there is no accident and we reach the end, we will encounter a house with no numbers, but if we can't give an accurate number, this small world will definitely collapse, and the power is roughly equivalent to the most proud sword in the life of the pinnacle sword repairman in the Ascension realm. Of course, if the 2 of us are lucky enough to guess the number, we can swagger out of the secret realm. Chen Pingan smiled and said, the secret rate. I heard that Shujia Zushitang has a treasure of Jinshan, which is to create a world of formations that circulate by the avenue through the secret rate. It can be regarded as a method of pressing the bottom of the box, that piece of ancestral compass, rumored that the ancestors of the past and the geniuses of arithmetic have worked together for 6,000 years. By the way, can the compass really detain an ascended monk outside of the sword repair at will? Lu Qin curled his lips, that's the old almanac. When calculating the number 99,999, he encountered the second illusory bottleneck of the avenue, and the two masters of the shoe family were afraid to go. After all, I've suffered twice before, for fear of falling short of success, and inviting the victory of the heavens, causing the heavy treasure to collapse. As a result, I met your brother, and Xiuhu helped to cross the sky. Of course, I don't like the outsider Cui Hong taking that treasure of Jinshan too seriously, but the state of mind is the most innocent. It matters a lot, not to say that his magic methods must be higher than the master of mathematics. Lu Chen sighed. The reason why you say it is the old almanac is because you just called the except for sword repair, which has to be removed. Chen Pingon frowned slightly. Lu Chen smiled and said, don't think too much, the poor old almanac has another meaning. The two masters who were obsessed with learning failed to make a contribution in that battle and won the Ascendant Monster, or it was to help Chen Chunan join forces against the enemy Lu Cha, but it was not that they deliberately looked on the sidelines, but a rebellious person with excellent talent appeared inside. He was sinister and deliberate. He deliberately gave 8 wrong numbers. The next few hundred, naturally it was all wrong, which caused a big problem with that compass, and it was almost destroyed. Chen Pingon was silent. On the road trip, the mountains and rivers are steep. Lu Chen screamed, the poor road is well informed, what's wrong, who's in the way? Chen Pingon sneered, then we too will take advantage of a moment of leisure to turn over the old accounts. For example, Shi Rou in Qilong Lane. The third head teacher by Yujing looked at the town for many years through her eyes. Lu Chen began to change the subject. That culprit is delaying time. What's the point? Tuo Yuashan has no legs, so he is waiting for rescue. For example, Bai Zhe who has returned to the wilderness. Chen Pingon shook his sleeves and fluttered out a piece of thousands of talisman papers. It was made of the most common yellow urn. It is not rare to sell at the Shanshui Ferry and Xinjiang. Demon slayers, this thing is indispensable. Chen Pingon stretched out his hand and covered a piece of talisman paper with his palm, and with one touch, thousands of yellow urns instantly turned into talisman, all of which were all unique landscape and obstacle-breaking talisman. Waved his sleeves again, a long river of talisman like a scout exploring the way, taking the lead to travel far. Lu Chen hesitated and reminded, don't be too greedy and addicted to the realm. Once you become a veritable monk of the 14 realms, you will be a world where the gates are strictly forbidden, just like entering the land of no one, letting you have vast expanse of mountains and rivers, large and retractable mountains, and cross rivers and rivers at will. This kind of unfettered and unrestrained nature is in harmony with the Taoism of pure sword repair. Chen Pingon nodded, of course we need to introspect, it is difficult to change from extravagance to frugality. With a sharp blade in hand, the murderous heart starts from the beginning. As soon as Daofa becomes fat, the world becomes thinner. A person who has the right way, once he can't hold back even a little bit of mind, he will idle to fight the mosquitoes and flies, and suddenly kill the mosquitoes. At the slightest level, the Taoist heart is scattered, but at the worst, it is insane. Chen Pingon walked slowly, suddenly stopped, and opened a door of the room casually, and found that there were 2 frozen time scrolls, one clear and the other blurry. This was because Lu Chen temporarily borrowed Taoism to himself. There is an overlap of the 2 picture scroll scenes. One of the landscape paintings shows a child climbing a mountain with a large basket on his back, while Lu Chen's time picture shows a boat ride on the sea, a boatman, and it is Gu Qingsong who is an anonymous disciple and the Taoist named Xiancha, but that for a while, Xiancha looked very young, with a square face, big eyes, and a stupid head and brain. In a flat boat, the 2 went to sea to visit the immortals. Seeing the bow that fell into the water, it seemed that it was about to break the water. In the depths of the sea, there seemed to be a light, soft and quiet, as if waiting for this boat. Lu Qin smiled awkwardly. Don't look, be careful of the culprit. Chen Pingan smiled and said, everyone depends on what they are afraid of. Lu Qin helplessly said, don't you feel bad when you say this? Chen Pingan found that talisman of running water, flying all the way for tens of thousands of miles, this corridor is like an ancient well without a bottom. Regardless of the futile work of the Fulua, Chen Pingan always controlled the night tour of the long sword, constantly cutting the invisible wall of the time barrier, and then remembering the sporadic unusual movements and spreading out a brand new account book in the Xinhu book building. It is recorded in detail. Lu Qin explained, this place is a vortex of a long river of time, similar to the way to the ruins. The length of time and the distance of the journey cannot be guessed by common sense. Chen Pingan nodded. This kind of mysterious road manifests, the opportunity is rare, and it is a rare opportunity in a lifetime. Even if it is just a little bit of insight, it is equivalent to a successful step on a path pioneered by someone else. With the first step, it is equivalent to having in the direction of the avenue. That's why Chen Pingan used the night tour longsword to test the reality and fiction. What's more, outside the world, a statue of a golden body that imitates Bai Yujing's foot is in control of the sword fairy flag and the 5 thunder seals, and there is also the Tsinjiai Taoist who resembles the Yinshin who travels far away from the body, and the river is in endless water. Law against attack. Not idle. Lu Qin asked, still fighting outside. Chen Pingan nodded and said, the culprit is killing Bai Yujing. Every time the culprit passes the sword, the stone of the other mountain can attack Jade. Bai Yujing is too much, some hidden deep avenues are circulating, even if Chen Pingan is the master of refining them, they can't be completely investigated, plus he doesn't know much about Daomen's skills. In many places, they all know why they don't know why. It's like the common seal carvers under the mountain, who can carve an excellent seal, but in fact, they dare not say everything about the internal texture of jade. So just make sure that the immortal family treasure will not be chopped to pieces by the culprit. The more the culprit was able to dismantle an imitation Bai Yujing with swordsmanship, the more Chen Pingan could stand by and watch. The only pity is that the old white jade palace was imitated by the founder of the Jade Talisman Palace, which was the old Bai Yujing thousands of years ago. Lu Qin rubbed his chin, this is strange. If the culprit stood still, it could help Tuyu a mountain to support it longer. Otherwise, it seems to be using magical powers, and the spells are repeated, which will only make Chen Pingan hand out dozens or even hundreds of swords towards Tuyu Shao. Chen Pingan said, of course, the culprit of the big demon also hopes to fight happily, for example, as a pure sword repairer, asking people about the sword. As for whether it's me, it doesn't really matter, as long as the opponent's realm is sufficient, such as replacing Qi Lao. Sword immortal, maybe they started to cut each other with swords at this moment. When I leave here later, Jian Xiu's culprit will definitely get what he wants. Lu Qinmei said, how many wild monsters with throne strength did that guy eat? Chen Pingan thought for a while, a lot. Repeat it again, a lot. One of Zhou Mi's successors is to predict that Bai Zhe will return to his hometown, willing to assist Jian Shuran, the nominal co-master of the world, confronting Haoran together. You must know that Wen Hei's Zhou Mi Yin Shen is the 14th level monk Lu Fian who was annexed by him. The Yangshan body is the demon Baiying of the withered bone throne. In addition, he also ate Qi Yun, Huang Wan, Yao. A is waiting for the old thrones. This is just the result of careful placement on the table. If it weren't for the calculation, Bai Zhe would return to the wilderness, and it is estimated that with a thorough appetite, he would have to eat more Ascension Realm in secret. This kind of thing, I am afraid, except for thoroughness, in fact, any major monk, even if it is the same 14th stage, still can't do it. Lu Qin sighed sincerely, to some extent, this guy is really a lonely person. The three are indispensable. First of all, they need to get the acquiescence of the great ancestor of Tuashin, and secondly, they need to have enough of their own realm to have the strength to kill the 14th level cultivator. Finally, and the biggest problem lies in the fact that Zhou Mi can solve the hidden dangers of the conflicting avenues with his own knowledge of the sky. Zhou Mi also ensures that he will not act against the sky in this way, and will not be disgusted and suppressed by the avenues of the wild world, which will damage his own strength. Otherwise, why didn't the great ancestor Tuashin come and do it himself? With this, you can take the last half step, and the avenue is complete without any omissions, truly among the 15th realms. It's not unwilling, but it can't. It is very possible that Zhou Mi, who has already ascended to the sky, still has the means to let these chicken ribs that have been brought to the new heaven be stripped out, and then completely wiped out, so that Bai Zhe can make up for the damage to the road to awaken the hibernating big demon. For example, Bai Zhe belongs to his real name. Then Chen Ping Ans Hadao half the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Nian Axian used the method of sewing people to help Chen Ping and bear the real name of the great demon. It became an unreasonable key player. Stop Bai Zhe and intercept his real name. To be precise, it is the young hidden official who stays in the world, blocking the gods and men who are outside the sky. A single plank bridge, like someone blocking the way, cut off Jinlu, and give me the other. Lu Qin admired him. Before, Bai Zhe didn't shoot at you on the other side of the Luluo River. It's really not an ordinary superior demeanor. Chen Pingon said, I won't do it if I exchange positions. I can do it. Of course, Mr. Bai is even more so. There is nothing to worry about. Lu Chen was speechless for a while, a little understanding of how the Hermit-Samus elder relationship came about. He is so perfect and superb, and the most important thing is sincerity. Lu Chen hesitated and asked, Chen Pingon, you are not actually a left-handed, are you? Chen Pingon didn't have anything to hide. When he was a child, he went up the mountain, fell and suffered a cut on his right hand. He injured his muscles and bones for 100 days. Drafting also pays attention to balance between hands, so I can't talk about left-handed and right-handed. Beautiful scenery and valuable herbs are often in precarious places. Lu Chen was completely speechless. You are a bit too much. It is very possible that Chen Pingan's right-hand sword and fist have never really been deadly. Even if it did, it must have been hidden perfectly in the eyes of all outsiders. Therefore, Chen Ping Ans disguised as an excellent left-handed is actually another layer of blindness. Chen Pingan smiled and said, it doesn't matter who you are. Back then, the straw shoe boy in Mud Bottle Alley passed by his fortune-telling booth. At that time, he looked at how simple and talkative, from beginning to end, there was nothing strange. But after so many years, the money fan is still there. In fact, after studying it deeply, Lu Chen is not surprised by Chen Ping Ans changes. The fewer words in a book, the longer the aftertaste. On the other hand, the more words, the less scrutiny it is, but the white paper, right and wrong, are all inside after all, at a glance, suffering, hard work, persistence, choice, travel, homecoming, disappointment, hope. Lu Chen glanced at Chen Pingon holding a long sword, his expression dignified. What's the matter? Why is it so clear? Out of the sky, she once personally beheaded the armored. Lu Chen knew about it when he participated in the riverside meeting. After all, she was holding a head and was attending the meeting. Then she just threw it into the long river of time. Lu Chen believed that even if 10,000 years passed, he would still remember that scene. However, according to Lu Chen's deduction, even if she suffered a lot of damage to the road in the battle outside the sky, she was still not in the current situation, just like she is her. Chen Pingon is Chen Pingon, the sword is the sword, and the sword bearer it's really just a sword bearer literally. Chen Pingon looked down at the long sword in his hand. and said, "I left the Great Wall of Jianqi inexplicably and appeared in a place on the sea called Zaohua Cave. Later, I discovered that Brother Chui did not know how to interrupt me and her. That mind pole. Apart from deliberately letting Qin Ping go astray, he has been like falling into the clouds and has to repeatedly ask himself whether life is true or a big dream, and Qin Ping needs to choose. And after the 3 dreams of the Fortune Cavern, completely interrupting Qin Pingan's involvement with her is one of the keys to the 4th dream. Chui Yang seems to have deliberately caused Qin Ping to lose this soul peace, and taught this little brother a principle that all foreign objects in the world are not enough to be the support of a Tao heart. Lu Qin smiled and said, "Xiuhu has a good heart, where can I find such a senior? Do you want one too? Then forget it, don't forget it, those with small arms and legs are mostly no blessings. My brother is very good. As the head teacher of Baiyujing, it is generally accepted that he has a high level of Taoism and a good temper." Having said that, Yu Dou, Lu Qin, Qin Ping, all 3 of them seem to be apprentices on behalf of their seniors. Lu Qin said, "It's almost okay, it's useless to stay here for a long time." Qin Ping nodded and held the sword in his left hand again. Outside of the corridor world, the culprit handed out more than 20 swords one after another, successfully cutting off the connection between the 12th floors of the 5 cities of Baiyujing. The culprit of the big demon finally stopped the sword, looked down at the bare bones of the sword-holding hand, a trance expression appeared, and his eyes soon became determined, and he looked up at the side of the Yiluo. "Mr. Bai has finally returned home. Then you can rest assured. Never failed my teacher, never failed my hometown. I just hope that I have never failed Mr. Bai's name. After tens of thousands of years, it doesn't really matter whether we meet or not." The sword cut the void, and out of the clouds and mist ripples a blue-shirted swordsman who hadn't used the magic gesture came out. Standing on the top of Tuyua Mountain, the culprit raised the long sword in his hand, asked the sword. Qin Pingan nodded. The 2 sides of the confrontation each put away the Dharma and Inshin. The Wild World, the first disciple of the great ancestor, the culprit of sword repair. Jianqi Great Wall, the last hidden official, Jian Xiu Qin Pingan. The culprit had a tiptoe, and passed away from Tuyua Mountain in a flash, and went straight to the blue shirt. Suddenly, countless long black and white lines spread across Qin Pingan, and he couldn't move for a moment. It is the line of cause and effect that the previous golden long bridge pierced through the world. This means that Qin Pingan travels long distances time and time again, the more he likes to be more nosy, and the less he takes the cultivator's distance from the world seriously, the more complicated the line of cause and effect arises. Be overwhelmed and overwhelmed. Qin Pingan used his mind to control the night tour of the long sword, cutting as many lines of cause and effect as possible, and at the same time, he sacrificed his life, flying sword well, Zhongyue, and tens of thousands of clusters of sword formations, to protect his surroundings, to block the approach of the culprit. Body handing the sword. The sword formation was as crisp as colored glass, splashing in all directions. One person smashed to the front with one sword, the point of the sword pointed directly at the center of Qin Ping's eyebrows, and a golden light came in an instant. With a backhand, Qin Pingan cut the culprit's head diagonally. The next moment, Qin Ping fell dozens of miles away, and a crack was plowed by Qin Ping's feet on the ground. Even though Qin Pingan quietly displays Shuiyun body, there is still a long golden causal line with the thickness of fingers on his body. The head of the culprit, which should have been cut off, also had an imperceptible sword chi crack. The 2 sides dissipated almost at the same time, each drawing a bright arc, and then on the battlefield dozens of miles away, the 2 sides banged their swords together, the wind blew, and Qin Pingan flew out again. The back directly pierced a mountain top that had been smashed before. A sword light fell from the sky, and the sword intent wrapped a golden lightning thick as a mountain, instantly smashing the entire mountain top, and a big pit appeared on the earth. The culprit Yufeng hovered and failed to stab the young hidden official. The culprit frowned slightly, and his figure disappeared again. He seemed to shake a sword flower at random. Between the heaven and the earth, a long line of flame and a waterway trajectory suddenly appeared. Dao Jingguang, the wind rushes, and finally they are connected end to end to form a circle, and the culprit raises his hand again, like the two rings of sword light, begins to spread two curtains of water and fire, and finally melts into a furnace, which actually merges the two. The avenue is compatible with fire and water. The fire is in the rain, and the fire is burning in the long river of time. In the battlefield of thousands of miles of mountains and rivers, the earth is cracking, magma is everywhere, and thunder and lightning are intertwined. Chen Pingan hit the ground violently when he was slashed by the culprit's sword. The ground dented. After all, Chen Pingan's 14 realms were temporarily borrowed from Lu Qin. Whether it was the refinement and tempering of two natal flying swords or the height of his own kendo, they weren't the 14th realms of pure sword cultivation in the true sense. And intentionally or unintentionally, Chen Pingan took the initiative to abandon that uninhabited state. Therefore, on the battlefield, every time the sword strikes, the big demon culprit presses on every step, Chen Pingan suffers more, retreats and retreats again and again, and the dust is flying again and again. However, in just a few breaths, the sword light has flashed more than 100 times, so that the entire world of thousands of miles, the yellow sand is rolling, covering the sky and the sun. The culprit did not give Chen Pingan any chance to breathe, and while fighting with the sword, he had already performed no less than 30 ancient swordsmanship. And Chen Pingan only handed out 19 swords. However, Chen Pingan's sword-handing speed was getting faster and faster, and it seemed that the latter sword was always involved in the former, just like the breath of pure Wufu's breathlessness. After the 20 swords had passed, Chen Pingan had the upper hand. After a climb, Chen Pingan just fell on the gate of Tuiyue Mountain. Chen Pingan kept handing his swords all the way, faster and faster, so much that he counted his swords. For his sword, Jingguang closed the front line, so that the culprit could only parry for the time being without the power to fight back. After the 36 swords, Chen Pingan did not continue to use the sword, but instead evacuated Tuiyue Mountain instantly and replaced it with a sword in his left hand. The culprit stood up from the pool of blood, pieced together the skin and soul. I don't know when, Chen Pingan has already switched to a handheld night tour. Clenching a fist with one hand, bending the 5 fingers, pinching the palms together, and using the palm pattern as a mountain and river talisman, while running 5 zombies, booing into wind and thunder. With a heavy foot on the ground 100 miles around Chen Pingan's feet instantly turned into a golden mirror, which is still a mysterious thunderstorm in Dragon Tiger Mountain. The Master of Thunder method is the superposition of Thunder method, talisman, and formation, which is called Thunder Game. Outside Longhushan, there is also a Taoist master who holds the Thunder Board in his hand, asking God to bring down the truth, dispatch troops and generals, and order Tianding to be the best. The wind and fog, the whip dragon to cause rain, pull up the mountains, drive into the sea, you can also carry large water to land. However, compared with the authentic thunder technique passed down from generation to generation and known as the ancestor of 10,000 laws, it is too inferior. It is rumored that the real Thunder Game has mastered the general tactics of the ancient thunder divisions, the ultimate technique, and the mastery of yin and yang, and everything. Prosperity and death, birth and death at 4 o'clock, heaven and earth care about hands, 10,000 transformations arise from body. Using Thunder method together, he became more and more adept. Lu Qin couldn't help but smile and asked, "It's you from Aquarius, who walked to the ruins of the old Dragon City battlefield?" Chen Pingan nodded, hurrying to take advantage of the high realm, all the way south, went to many places, revisited the old place, and met some old friends. Once someone like Chin Pingon is truly among the 14th realms, the realm will be extremely solid. After that was a boring tug-of-war. In fact, the culprit was still inexhaustible, and it was almost like a questioning sword, showing off what he had learned in one breath. It's just that on Chin Pingan's side, anyway, he changed his sword, and the number of swords increased from 36 consecutive times to nearly 50 swords. In addition, at most, it is a small world of thunder, to stabilize the figure and the heart of the Tao. Or offering a handful of moon in the well, like rain falling on Tuiua Mountain. The battlefield has once again migrated to the foot of Tuiua Mountain. The culprit stood with a sword with his back to Tuiua Mountain. 100 miles away from Tuiua Mountain, Chin Pingan held a night tour in his hand. Chin Pingan suddenly raised his head and glanced at the sky beyond the two heavens and earth. A round of bright moon was dragged to travel far. It seemed that a figure was shot down to the world, but she quickly stopped the fall and returned to the bright moon with a sword, back and forth in the same way. The route was not bad at all. For an instant, Chin Pingan was totally different. A mountain that was uprooted by the culprit's sword tactics command, moved horizontally and smashed it towards Chin Pingan. But this time, Chin Pingan was completely indifferent, just moved forward, without any haste, and a hill close at hand shattered on its own. An arc of sword light also stopped a few feet away, sparks shot, fire and rain everywhere, and scorched earth all around. Since then, almost every few steps Chin Pingan walked towards Tuiua Mountain, a sword or spell burst nearby. Always standing in an invincible place, no one in front of him, invincible posture. Yanachuo Yuashan, the culprit of the big demon, asked both the sword, and the question, and the heart. Why monasticism? On the road, you can go straight with the sword, without detours. The green shirt gradually turned into a bright red robe. Even the 14-realm Dao law failed to prevent this change. The young hidden official seemed to be returning to half of the great wall of sword chi, his face blurred and erratic. The face and body are thousands of silk threads crisscrossing each other. And those golden long lines of cause and effect that spread, are like the gilded color of a layer of idols. The culprit of the big demon slashed down at the young hidden official who had started climbing. As a result, the miraculous existence gradually approached, just raising one hand, let the long sword in the culprit's hand hover still, because the castration was so fierce that the culprit's sword-holding wrist broke on the spot. Maintaining that slashing posture, the culprit's body form staggered forward. Chin Pingan handed it out with a sword. Very simple sword, sword cut sores. Lu Chen's eyes widened suddenly, he was really dumbfounded, and his face was strange. I saw Chin Pingan with another golden axe standing on the top of the mountain, just behind the culprit. Holding a golden long sword, gently wiped the culprit's neck. After that long sword crosscut, what time the long river and the great formation, what kind of way to support the moon mountain, are all useless and vain methods. Cut off the head. The head was caught in his hands again. Sword in one hand, head in one hand. Lu Chen widened his eyes and asked, "Is that you?" The man smiled and replied, "It's me." Chin Pingan put the long sword into the scabbard, hoarsely said, "Of course it is me." Lu Chen stared blankly for a long time, looking at Chin Pingan, who was present with pure divine nature, and Chin Pingan, who took the initiative to strip his divinity away. Lu Chen finally sighed and fell back to the ground, pretending to be dead. The two Chin Pingan merged into one. As for the culprit of the great demon at the pinnacle of the Ascension realm, the two souls of heaven and earth have been smashed by a single sword, and the human soul, carrying the 7 souls, began to drift away like ashes. The whole Tuiua mountain at the foot began to show a kind of withered white. The culprit maintained the last trace of clarity, and there was only a man in yellow clothes standing by the illusory illusion. There was no grief or unwillingness, but a relief. The first disciple of the great ancestor of Tuyuashin, who is the real name Yuenji, has practiced in this life without complaints and regrets. He still can't hold Tuyuashin to the best of his ability. Although he has regrets, he has a clear conscience and no need to paint the ground as a prison. It is not a relief. The culprit smiled and said, "Chen Ping'an, I just take my head to the Great Wall of Jinchi, so I can tell several worlds with this." Chen Ping'an shook his head and gently placed the head of the great demon culprit on the top of Tuyua Mountain. "Choose to stay here. If this ascendant realm peak, it didn't end as a pure sword repairer. Then don't talk about a big head, the demon pill will figure it out for you." Tuyua Mountain, a savage world, began to show signs of falling apart. The culprit turned his head and glanced at Chen Ping'an. He seemed surprised by the young hidden official's choice, but soon he was not surprised at all. The culprit finally sat cross-legged, patted his head, looked into the distance, smiled and said, "Chen Ping'an, isn't it a little invincible? A copy of the 14 realms obtained out of thin air, the long sword that is more powerful than the sky, and the existence of pure divinity. A bright red robe swayed in the wind on this mountain, hunting and hunting. But his face and body are beginning to return to normal." Chen Ping'an said, "If I were your age, you would not see me in this questioning sword today." The culprit laughed loudly. After that, the two sides stopped talking. The man in yellow finally glanced at the world in his hometown. He slowly raised his hand and gave a thumbs up to the young human swordsman beside him. Chen Ping'an raised his head and looked at the moon in the sky. It took a long time to look back. "I was worried that she would not be able to enter the 5 realms for a long time, and that she would be dangerous in a brand new world, and worried that after she became Yupu realm, the burden on her shoulders would be heavier, and he was not around. Worried about her being the number 1 in the world, and worried that she would be the number 1 in the world. Probably this is what I like. Let a person be different from himself. Can make optimists pessimistic, can make pessimists optimistic. I can see hope from the desperate situation and have the courage to look forward to the future. It can make a poor young man in a poor alley suddenly feel that he is the richest person in the world. Let a straw shoe boy who can't even write the word sword, cross the mountains and the sea, practice boxing silently for millions, and silently tell himself that he must become a great sword fairy." Lu Chen said, "Don't worry, the problem is not big, even if the procrastination fails, no one will be a wasteful trip." After that there was silence in pairs. Only the mountain breeze blows, if there is sobs. All over the barren world, after Bai Zhe ordered the hibernator to wake up. In the wild hinterland, a 1,000-mile glacier that had been frozen for thousands of years suddenly began to melt. Suddenly, a graceful and unwieldy woman appeared. Her real body seemed to be the entire ice field. She stretched her waist, raised her palms, yawned, and sniffed, crossing thousands of miles in one step to a majestic city, pursing her mouth, and the blood of all the creatures in the city instantly converged. A long river of blood was drunk by her like a drink. A demon clan of the upper 5 realms and a few earth immortal monks tried to escape from this purgatory with their own destiny. With a few fingers of her, they broke up the primordial spirit, and several blood flowers bloomed in the air. A mountain gate with a long history that can only barely maintain the head of the zone. A wall map of the Patriarch Hall in the center is not a statue of a monk of the ancestors of the past, but an ancient mountain and river map, drawing a tragic battle in an ancient battlefield. A body of the great demon, under its feet is a large corpse of a golden god. Then the hanging statues began to vibrate violently. This vision of the ancestors' manifestation made the ancestors go up and down, one by one, the old monks who are qualified to worship in the ancestor hall, and those young monks, knelt inside and outside the ancestor hall. Crazy kowtow. In the picture scroll, an unremarkable corpse of the monster race suddenly jumped up, looking stiff, looking around, and then walked out a young monk. He picked a chair and sat down, reached out and grabbed it, unscrewed the head of an old monk, and put it in chewed hard in his mouth. Anyway, these later generations of ants belonging to their own Tao lineage have been worshipping the wrong incense for thousands of years, not a capital crime. In addition, in a small school built in a certain blessed land in the wild, a young man suddenly tilted his head, his eyes were pitch black, and he was startled. At the same time, the savage world was everywhere, and the 8 immortal ranks that had long belonged to each other had cut off the master's avenue at the same time, and finally flew away in one direction. In an instant, it caused serious injuries to 7 wild cultivators of the upper 5 realms, and one of them, a young earth fairy who was regarded as the proud child of heaven, died on the spot. In addition, there are several visions in the wild places, one after another in the world. On the side of Tuyua Mountain, there was a constant loud noise of mountain cracks. It was like the echo of the world after a questioning sword, harmonizing with the wind. Lu Chen finally broke the silence and asked, "Is the price too high?" Chen Pingan leaned on the ground with a long sword, suddenly bent over and lowered his head, tremblingly stretched out a hand, 5 fingers like a hook, stretched out his hand and covered his face. "Close one eye, and one golden eye pupil." When Lu Chen was scared, he only knew nothing. After a while, Chen Pingan raised his head and smiled and said, "The realm or something, the more you drink, the more you get." Lu Chen wanted to say something but stopped. He was not just talking about realm. Once he withdrew the Tao Fa, Chen Pingan would immediately fall. The Qi practitioner fell from the Yupu realm to the Yuaning, and the martial arts fell from the level of Guasian. Although the questioning sword this time, the successful sword slashing ascendant realm, the benefits are not small, but the sequelae are also large, such as the demons that need to face to re-enter the Yupu realm. It's not a joke to say that the Tao is 1 foot high and the devil is 1 foot high. Let alone the battle between humanity and divinity. Maybe this is Jianshou. This is Jianshou. Sure enough, he is not suitable for practicing swords. He was almost moved by Dao Chang's son before. Lu Chen reminded, "Chen Pingan, make a discussion, really can't fight anymore." With another similar questioning sword, Lu Chen really wanted to worry that he would have to confess to the wild world. Chen Pingan nodded, "I'm back." Sword of Coming Chapter 868. Long Lost Chapter. In the Wild March, the Jade Hook has fallen into the world. The old master of Toad Palace is already far away in Hauran, and this round of Mingyue has become a land without an owner. And the bright moon that once hung in the center of the Hao Kai, there is a deadly ancient fairy palace ruins. It seems that it has experienced a war of spells to reach the sky, covering a vast area of mansions, hundreds of endless years in the past. The building seems to have been razed to the ground in one go, leaving only the foundation. Even if a few sword repairmen including Qi Tingji took the initiative to drag the moon, the ruins were still the same, and it was not until Bai Zhe appeared in Luluo that there was a huge upheaval. A huge spider that occupies nearly 1/3 of the territory of the bright moon, after breaking out of the ground, it instantly turned into a human form, a rickety old man's appearance, and then opened his mouth and inhaled, as if all the moonlight was inhaled into the abdomen, and then vomited. Is a long sword. It was this ancient monster sword repairman who smashed Ning Yao, who was responsible for opening the way into the world with a sudden sword. After that, Ning Yao returned to the battlefield with a sword, and smashed it back into the nest in the depths of the moon. It raised its head and glanced at the incomparably fierce little lady, running a natal supernatural power, investigating the fiction and reality, a bit incredulous, a human sword repairer who is less than 100 years old. This ancient great demon couldn't help using that ancient language, cursing and cursing Bai Zhe for not doing things authentically. In my mind, is it possible that the sword cultivation after thousands of years, the cultivation qualifications, and the realm of swordsmanship are so terrible? What can you do if you wake up don't stand up at all, right? It quickly became happy and looked at the other sword repairs. It was okay. Although the realm was high, it was not young compared to the murderous little girl. Wasn't it about to be beaten? Without saying anything, it performed a natal escape technique, passing through the entire bright moon directly from the old nest, and then looking up, surprised, "Hey, why is the wild moon missing a round of bright moon? Then choose that Toad Palace." A white light instantly implicated Haotsai and Chan Palace. As a result, the woman turned out to be reluctant, and the sword light scattered and gathered a few times, and then the sword directly bypassed the half round of the moon. The speed of the sword light was unreasonable. She stopped the way and asked, "Where are you going?" Since both sides are sword repairers, it is naturally not enough to just ask for a sword. The little old man squinted his eyes and smiled. "The little girl has such a grumpy temper, be careful not to find a Taoist companion." The old man's words are quite different from today's wild and elegant words. Ning Yao reluctantly listened to the general meaning. Ning Yao was too lazy to talk nonsense. Just about to hand the sword, she suddenly shifted her vision and looked far behind the old man. "It's a guy who came from Yufeng." Ning Yao breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that Qin Pingan did not directly return to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, but instead, holding a moon-running charm, he first arrived at the Toad Palace and Mingyue, where the weather was relatively stable, and then followed the spider line that seemed to build a bridge between 2 months while offering sacrifices again. A symbol of the moon rushing out, finally came here. Chen Pingan's face was pale at the moment, his hands were sleeved, like a sick seedling that had not healed from a serious illness, standing on that spider line at the moment, his figure swaying slightly, smiled and said, "Just here, no need to look for it." He looked at the ancient great demon at the peak of the ascending realm, and used the depths of the bright moon as a hiding place to inhabit and heal his wounds. Chen Pingan smiled at Ning Yao and said in his heart, "Don't worry about me, just keep dragging the moon." Ning Yao nodded, and without hesitation, he returned to the previous road, and continued to shoot his sword non-stop to stabilize the open road. She couldn't help turning her head and looking back. Ning Yao found out that Qin Pingan was watching her. It may be that he has a sharp heart. It may have been watching her. Ning Yao was responsible for opening the way with his sword, and with his sword aura and sword intent, he maintained the gate that connected the wild and blue world. This move is similar to the ascent of the old sword fairy. Qi Tingji appeared in the face of the law and enveloped his sword aura over the territory of the moon, like a rope, dragging forward in front of the moon. The criminal officer Hao Su, in the midst of a bright moon, sacrificed his life sword Chan Wan, silver frost thousands of miles, blending with the moonlight, and at the same time handing the sword, attacking and defending, jointly blocking this round of Haotsai in the Wild World Avenue towing. Lu Ji was at the rear, offering a natal flying sword, Baopu, plus the 8 swords in a wooden box given by Master Lu for free, and he only used the sword to chop the moon and push it forward. The 4 sword repairmen of the Great Wall of Jinchi, dragging the moon, have an orderly division of labor, and each perform their duties. Hao Su was relatively close to Qi Tingji, and the 2 sides could barely communicate with each other, and asked, "Should I slaughter this ancient monster?" Qi Tingji shook his head and smiled, "Since the hidden official hasn't spoken, it's not a problem." The big demon twisted his wrist, then walked around behind his back like a sword. He smiled. "You really want to fight, the chances of winning, naturally you are more powerful, bigger, but you have to carefully plan to fail." Several sword repairmen worked together to move to the Mingyue. It had no idea, Bai Zhe didn't care about it, it still cares about it. His mother, "I slept soundly for thousands of years. When I woke up, I was startled by a little girl, and then watched a flirtation that is more silent than sound." Earlier on Tuiyue Mountain, the 3rd head teacher by Yujing was still worried, and now he said again, "Cheat him. See who is better at bluffing." Just now, Lu Chen suddenly said with a serious face, "Be careful of Bai Zhe. I knew I shouldn't have come here to join in the fun." "It's just that," Lu Chen smiled again quickly, "it seems you don't need to be careful. Fortunately, join in the fun, poor Tao is quite prescient." Above the city, Wei Jin was refining the ancient sword intent. Chao Junmei called Tao Dao, but in fact he practiced unintentionally. Because this great sword immortal of Fengshue Temple Shengxiantai has actually entered a state. So near the two sword repairmen alone, there was a heavy snowfall of dull goose feathers. Chao Jun had nothing to do, so he squatted on the top of the city, piled up a tall snowman, looks very handsome, and piled a few palm-sized old thrown big monsters, took out 2 pairs of green bamboo chopsticks from the square inch, and helped looking at the handsome swordsman who is bound to be excellent in swordsmanship within 100 years, each dangles a sword at his waist, and then the snowman holds the sword in both hands and holds the head of a throne respectively, probably asking them whether they are afraid. Chao Jun turned his head and glanced at Wei Jin, which was like an old monk entering Ding, a 40-year-old sword fairy in the Yupu realm. After that, he strengthened his kendo by killing monsters at the Great Wall of Jianqi, and after returning to his hometown, at the age of Jiazi, he was among the fairyland. I heard that a Liang once helped him break the bottleneck of the nascent soul realm. He pointed out swordsmanship here and there. The boss Jianxian lost his sword book, and finally returned to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, and received a few strands of Zhong Yuan's pure sword intent. Envy or not? I don't even know a Liang, and I have broken my Dao Axean with a few swords. The boss Jianxian praised the fearful future generations, and Zhong Yuan's pure sword intent is not rare to take care of himself. Helpless but helpless. Wei Jin suddenly opened his eyes and looked up at the sky. Chao Jun followed Wei Jin's gaze, looked up and rubbed his eyes. In the field of vision, a big moon gradually showed a huge outline, moving slowly. It is estimated that the whole barren world to the south will have to be watched again for another round. The 5 swordsmen of Tonggizong, Yu Axean, Wang Shizi, Li Wanyong, Du Yan, and Qin Shuihu. After they left the Jianqi Great Wall site, they traveled together and went straight to the Sun Pendant to visit the Deisong Changjing and Yuwazong Weiying. So I missed the opportunity to witness the old sword fairy making a sword up close. The group just stopped halfway, looking back at the sword spirit on the northern city head like a rainbow. Qin Shuihu said with a smile, who was in a hurry before, "Stand up." Even if they were far away, a line of Jianxiu could still feel the vast sword aura of rushing bullfighting. Li Wan was dazzled and shook, exhaling a long breath, rubbing his face vigorously. Probably only this sword can be worthy of the 3 characters the purest. Du Yan's eyes trembled, and he muttered, "In our life, we have practiced swords for 100,000 years, even if it is longer, can we finally hand out such a sword? Even if there is only one sword in this life, it's good." Master Wang said, "In fact, Mistress Wa's swordsmanship is the closest to the old sword fairy." As soon as they mentioned the left and right, several elders all looked at the only woman. Turn a deaf ear to your heart. In fact, at the Great Wall of Jianqi, it was not bad to not be able to see Mistress Wa. Can't bear to be in a dilemma. She then laughed at herself. How could Mistress Wa feel embarrassed because of his unrequited love for children? Mistress Wa, it will only make the Haoran world and the wild world embarrass each other. Chen Sancho and Dai Zhang followed Xiao Yunyan and Mrs. Yan Yan, together with the 18 swords of the Dragon Elephant Sword Sect, to the ferry to the south. When the old sword fairy traveled far away from the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he deliberately slowed down his figure, looked down, and nodded to Chen Sancho and Dai Zhang. The 2 young juniors were forced to look up, and then only had a glimpse, and the old sword immortal disappeared. After Ma Kushuan had beaten someone, he clapped his hands and felt refreshed. The most interesting thing is that the grief-stricken old Yuaning, looking up at the sky, shouted, "Master is it possible that this fellow will hurt people wantonly?" The Confucian temple who sits on the canopy of the Confucian temple who accompanies the saints, did not speak with his heart, and directly said, "I am not here." Ma Kuxuan laughed when he heard this, and never thought that Fuzi, who was qualified to eat cold pork head, was quite funny. No longer paying attention to the pitiful genealogist, Ma Kuxuan went to Yu Shiwu and sat there. Gao Ming asked, "Old Ma, tell you something." Ma Kuxuan smiled and said, "If you have any fart, just let it go." Gao Ming asked, "Can I switch to Luopa Mountain and be a disciple of Chen Pingon? I think that if I go there, I might have a better chance of getting along with the hermit." The maidservant counted the verses, and the young brothers looked at each other. They all knew that this young man would either shut up and didn't speak, as long as he didn't talk. He just didn't expect to be so bold and dare to say anything. Gao Ming lowered his head and touched the beloved hatchet, and said to himself, "At least you have a face when you go out. It's not like following the old horse, you go north and south, and the fairy master on the mountain you meet, regardless of male or female, looks strange in my eyes." "Master, how do you say that sentence?" Yu Shiwu smiled and said, "The upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked." Gao Ming nodded vigorously, "Yes. If you can't choose where to reincarnate, it's almost the same as apprenticeship, so just accept your fate obediently." Ma Kuxuan laughed instead of anger, and smiled openly. It didn't seem to be a fake. He touched the young man's head. "Besides, Master didn't treat you too badly. He said that he would take you up the mountain to practice as a god, and follow me to eat and drink." "Spacey, I did both things." Gao Ming thought for a while, nodded and said, "That's true." At the beginning, the boy was in the small town restaurant. Before he ran away, he did not forget to take the hatchet in his hand and wipe the blood on the corpse. In fact, the fellow villagers did not drive him away, nor did they complain about him hacking people and causing serious disasters. Probably because this stupid son who grew up together is the heaviest in fights, and he likes to be at the forefront. But when the teenagers saw the guilty conscience, fear and timidity in their eyes, they felt quite boring. If Ma Kuxuan and his party did not show up, he would continue to hang around with his fellow villagers. After all, he had no other place to go. But since Ma Kuxuan said at the time, he could go up the mountain to be a god, the hatchet boy wanted to know what it is. Gao Ming asked curiously, "Lao Ma, aren't you and Chen Pingon from the same hometown? Why are you better? You said that you provoke someone is not good, so you want to provoke him." Ma Kuxuan raised his hands, hugged the back of his head, squinted and said with a smile, "Among my peers, it seems that I beat him twice." The young man raised his head and exclaimed, "The old horse, you are very okay, you can be regarded as having a beautiful scene." Ma Kuxuan pointed at Yu Shiwu, "But the person who really makes Chen Pingon jealous now is your uncle Yu. Alone, 3 martial arts. The true sense of the god's asylum." Yu Shiwu looked at the juniors, shook his head and smiled, "Do you really believe it? The maidservant Xu Dian and the disciple Wangzu will be suspicious." Only the hatchet boy nodded and said, "Believe it, why don't you believe it?" Yu Shiwu smiled and turned his head to look south. In his eyes, all spiritual beings in the world are like ants in life and death, but as beautiful as gods. The Middle-earth Confucian Temple, in a secret landscape of Gonglan, the sword repairs Lu Cha, from a wild-beard and heroic man to an angler obsessed with fishing. It's really easy to catch things like fishing. Lu Cha pays more and more attention to fishing, so I won't mention the fishing rod and fish basket. In addition, the choice of fishing position, hook fishing line, bottom fishing float, and cake bait raising nests are all learned. Now Lu Cha, Tao Fei, has made countless advancements and the door is clear. Of course, the premise is that Lu Cha deliberately suppresses his cultivation and uses the eyes and strength of a common master to fish here. Otherwise, there will be no fun at all. Today's catch is quite good. Lu Cha cooked a pot of fish soup for himself. He asked for some firewood, rice, oil and salt from the Confucian temple. He planned to buy some fish fry and put it in the lake. If the Confucian temple is all detained and searched, then Lu Cha just spend money to buy it, and the fish fry money and the travel expenses are paid out. The demon of the old throne looked up and was imprisoned in a sparsely populated group of volcanoes. According to legend, it was once an alchemy furnace for Tao ancestors. A woman in Jingchai Sarong, with a plain appearance, suddenly opened a wine shop in a secluded place near the water and backing the mountain. She usually doesn't even have a ghost guest, so she doesn't care. Li Xing only agreed with her about one thing, except that she must not cross the boundary, that is, not hurt people's lives. Besides, she can come and go freely in places of thousands of miles. Today, those who came here to drink, gathered for an unprecedented time. It was a vassal and elegant master mountain god, and a girl-like river woman. In addition, the two of them were all well-made mountain monsters. It's just that these four drinkers didn't know the details of Yang Ji. They just regarded the wine shop proprietress as a little water spirit who cultivated. Today, Yang Ji sat alone at a wine table and flipped through a new book that Howren had long banned. There was a fable about the killing of two snakes, which made Yang Ji quite embarrassed. The mountain master at the table next door still brags over there that the big demon is looking up to the stinky lady, and now she is under his own jurisdiction. He inspects somewhere in the crater twice a day, and the wife and aunt are frightened. Don't dare to look at yourself. The river girl put her cheeks in her hands, and looked sadly at the yellow sand land outside, saying that when a woman marries a woman, it means rapeseed fate, and where it is bitter. A warrior who never left a name for doing good deeds in Beiju Luzhou, at a ferry crossing of the immortal family, he spent money to buy a book of immortal swordsmanship, originally thought that the price was cheap, and used it to play the luminous shade, but he never imagined that he would be surprised. Because turning to one of the pages, the base of a seal is the 3 tricks. Seeing Du Ye's eyes lit up, this hidden officer was also a wonderful person. If the good seniors traveled far to the Great Wall of Jinchi, they would definitely be able to talk. The old coachman found Aunt Fong at the fire temple in the capital. She was still sitting drunk on the steps of the flower shed, hiccuping. The old coachman muffled, "What is going on?" Before the great capital city, there was such a big noise inexplicably. If you start in the Ascendant Realm, if you are not careful, it will be the 14th realm in the legend. Although the amazing weather is fleeting, but for their old antiques with a long time, the more they can be retracted and put, the more they look high. Aunt Fong smiled and said, "Finally know you are afraid." The old coachman sneered with arms around his chest, "Of course I am afraid. What's so terrible about who is afraid of things? Besides, there are no outsiders here." Aunt Fong made no secret of her schadenfreude, shook the hip flask, and joked, "It's fine for outsiders to look at flowers in the mist. We are all old people who have been watching the young people in the Lizhu cave with our own eyes and growing up step by step. How can we be so careless? Then, if you give me a word to that kid, he'll say I'm counseling, and promise to deter when I see him in the future. I don't know how to go. It's better not to get angry when you see that kid. The main reason is that the kid is not kind and doesn't give any chance to disagree at all. Before, the two sides just met each other, and when they met, they formed a beam." The old coachman became more and more aggrieved as he spoke, and stretched out his hand, I'm idle, come to a pot of 100 flowers stuff." In some accidents, Aunt Fong really gave a pot, it's so atmospheric today. Aunt Fong smiled and said, "I'm not afraid of the thief stealing, I'm afraid the thief is thinking." On the way between the wild land and a round of bright moon, a little light suddenly bloomed. It turned out that Baizé emptied the long river of time, set off from the side of the Loluo, and finally stopped the four sword repairers from dragging the moon. Baizé offered a statue of Dharma, and his white clothes was dangling. Only a big hand of Dhamma can hold a bright moon. In just an instant, from the Great Wall of Jinchi, someone quietly set off and climbed into the sky in one step, showing the same height and majesty, wearing a Confucian shirt. Hold Baizé Faxiang's head with one hand, press it down suddenly, and push it back into the world. Baizé Faxiang dissipated, only to appear in a better place in the sky again out of thin air, and punched the head of that Confucian shirt Faxiang, which was a fierce blow. The Confucian shirt style exploded. The next moment, he appeared behind Baizé Faxiang, and broke the latter's neck. A vast world, a wild world. The weather is shaking. A seemingly simple, fighting technique that is not on the mountain at all. In fact, the aftermath of the two sides Taoism has already surged into the Qingming world. The ancient great demon's mind was shaking, and he slipped away, otherwise he would wait for his death here. It didn't even dare to go to the Toad Palace, but hid its body and fell straight into the world. Damn, it turned out to be the worst-tempered and most capable little master. Sword of Coming Chapter 869. At the beginning, Chen Pingan borrowed a few books from Qin Tianjian, and did not go back to Renyuniyun building or the inn. Instead, he walked directly to the outer wall of the capital and saw a ferry boat hanging over the border of Jiangyi, with two strands on it. The dragon aura is very strong. The real dragon is Shigue, the king's Songmu. Like in the middle of the night, there are two big lanterns in the yard next to Niping Lane. It is difficult to not see it. Chen Pingan took another step and directly boarded the heavily guarded ferry. At the same time, he took out the third-class consecration card and held it high. A military commander in armor and a knife, and a few monks who accompanied the army, had formed a half-moon circle. Obviously, expelling visitors was the first priority. When they saw the innocent card issued by the Ministry of Punishment, they didn't start immediately. The general asked in a deep voice, "Who is here?" The monk in front of him, with a blue shirt and long gown, is calm and relaxed. "I always feel like I've seen it somewhere, but I just can't remember it." A kind-eyed old monk said, please report the name of the immortal master, and the ferry needs to be recorded." With one hand in his sleeve, he quietly twisted a golden talisman. "As for whether the enshrined master will stay in the ferry, I still can't guarantee anything. Fair King Songmu, Prince Song Su, and Minister of Rights Xiao Yu, now all of them are on the ferry. Who dares to take it lightly?" Chen Pingan's self-registration number, Luopashan Chen Pingan. The general was stunned for a moment, and then he immediately asked, "Is it the Master Chen Shan who almost killed the tortoises of Xingyang Mountain?" Chen Pingan also froze for a moment, then smiled and nodded. "If there is no accident, it should be me." Xingyang Mountain, the smoky mountain top of the immortal family, only pays money, hardly really contributes much, let alone people, except for a handful of sword repairers who went to the battlefield of Old Dragon City to emerge. The other so-called the sword fairy embryo, who dares to love, is all going down the mountain and playing in the mountains. Anyway, where to go safely? The military side of Dei. But all the generals who lead the war will see it seriously, and naturally they look down on Xingyang Mountain. The Upper so the ceremony at Luopa Mountain was very pleasant. The general smiled, waved his hand, removed the fairy encirclement, then clasped his fist and said, "Master Chen Shan did not carry his sword today, and he didn't recognize him. It's offensive to guard the ferry, where he is responsible." This is the end of the general. Go down and report to King Luo. The place where Song Mu was entrusted with the king was Luozhou, and the Guluo Shui was also one of the birthplaces of the later Dadu in central China. This general is actually a boring gourd. I never imagined that I don't have a smile today. He took the initiative to introduce himself. My name is Liao Jun. I used to be General Su's command. I was born as a and was inferior. I'm not talking about it. I am friends with Guan Iran. It's a pity that I missed the Master Qin Shan at the Shujian Lake back then. I often heard Yu Shanfang and Qi Qi mentioning Master Qin Shan. The amount of alcohol was invincible. After a meal I could sit down. It is considered that Lord Qin Shan has not had a good time. Is actually a weird thing. It is reasonable to say that Qin Pingan didn't deliberately display blindness when he just boarded the ship. Since Liao Jun had seen the beautiful scene, he definitely shouldn't fail to recognize the young mountain owner of the Luopa mountain. This is the result of Lu Chen's Dao Fa. Qin Pingan has not completely digested the Dao Yun and Dao Qi at the moment, so that he is walking in this world like a boat that is not tied to the world, the body, and the world. The well water does not violate the river water. Therefore, in the matter of morality, let outsiders naturally look at flowers in the mist. After Qin Pingan reported the mountain gate and name, in the eyes of others, it became as if he remembered this person in an instant. Otherwise, I would never want to keep the cloud open to see the moon. Earlier, Dao Ancestor rode an ox to visit the small town. This is even more so. Dao Ancestor did not want anyone to know his whereabouts, so he would know everything. Qin Pingan laughed with his heartfelt voice. I have a fair amount of alcohol, but the wine is not bad. Unlike some people, I make false moves and shake my hands when I lift the bowl. Every time I evacuate the wine table, I can raise fish by my feet. That Liao Jun was very relieved and laughed heartily. He didn't suffer from that guy in Guan Iran's hands. He gathered the sound to form a line and whispered to the witty young sword fairy, it is estimated that our Guan Zhongzhong is meant to be. Because of Qi Xiang's birth, I naturally dislike the taste of Shujian Lake's drinks, so it's better to drink horse urine as good as I'm used to. A Jigue, wearing a snow-white robe, stood on the top floor of the ferry, squinting at the man in the blue shirt who had previously been in the Dada temple. She is very annoyed by Qin Pingan's approachability and being kind to others. It seems that I can chat with anyone. In the eyes of such people, there seems to be something beautiful. If it's a disguise, that's it. It's not. Qin Pingan raised his head and smiled and asked, as the newly promoted Sihai King, now the water is responsible for betting on the dart, you are not afraid of the Confucian Temple's accountability. If I remember correctly, the gods and spirits on the top of the Dali Jinyu genealogy table, it's not an iron rice bowl that cannot be beaten. After that discussion in the Confucian Temple, various measures have been continuously adopted, which have been spread throughout the Haoran Jiuzhou through the Shanshu Wei Dibao. I only talk about the evaluation, promotion, and relegation of the gods of mountains and rivers. The secular dynasty under the mountain, part of the power of the gods to be canonized, handed over to the Confucian Temple, more like a bureaucrat of the imperial court. On the side of Dei, Yanghua, the of water of the Tifu River, fills up the temporarily vacant position of Changchunhao. But being able to go out to take charge of one party and serve as the chief official in the territorial territory is a reuse. The old Jiao in Fengshui cave of Qiantang River in Bay of Pingzu has just filled in the lack of Uncle Lily from the three princes of Chidu, and of course it is even a promotion. Huang Tinghua, whose real name is Qing Longzhou, was transferred to the head of the Confucian Academy and went to the Dafu Academy in Tonggishao. Each has its own good fortune. Jigue sneered, if I remember correctly, Qin Shanzhu did not serve in the Lily department. Could it be that the discussion, the Confucian Temple's meritorious deeds and rewards, won a high position in real power that matches the identity of the context? So it can be managed. Is it so wide? Qin Pingan smiled and said, I'm a neighbor for many years at any rate. I can't remind you too much. I can't listen to the habit of others to persuade me, so I will change it later. It's just reading a few books, so you have to change the habit of being a teacher. If you want me to say, you still did not study before, which is more pleasing. Jigue smiled and said, it's good that year. Being scolded at the iron lock well can make people angry for several days. Both of them are from the young generation of Lizhu Dongtian with simple folk customs. They only speak one word, which can be regarded as the same patriarchal. Jigue squinted those golden eyes, and asked in his heart, 14 realms. Where did it come from? She is already ascending. As the only real dragon in the world, she is also a great monk in the ascending realm who is carrying the luck of the dragon. Compared with ordinary mountain monks, her eyesight is naturally better. Chen Pingon said, you borrowed someone from someone, and you happen to know that person. Jigue snorted, obviously not believing Chen Pingan's statement. Suddenly she narrowed a pair of long and narrow eyes. Lu Dao Chang almost called him by name. She seemed to find a handle and tapped her finger on the railing. Tsk Tusk, I know that I have turned my enemies into friends, and they all say that the 18th woman has changed, but it has changed its appearance. It is Qin Shanju who has changed even more. As expected, it is often far away. The traveling master Qin Shan, sure enough, as long as a man has money, he is great. Chen Pingon didn't care, and asked, do you know Mr. Sanshan Joho? GK smiled and said, how do you know, so what if you don't know? She has a jade-white palm with blue veins on the back of her hand. It is obvious that she bit her teeth with hatred for Mr. Sanshan Joho, and she was scared to the bone. Jinju Mountain is the place where the Lizhu, held by the true dragon of Jigue in the past, and the stream that was commonly known as Longshu Creek by the local people, was later elevated into a river. It is one of the veritable dragon's whiskers. On the main street of the town, 2 dragon beards disappeared. In addition, Fulu Street and Taoya Lane are the dragon neck and a section of the dragon spine respectively. In the entire Fulu Street, every mansion is a symbol of victory, and every peach tree on Taoya Lane is like it was a trapped dragon nail, and it worked together to trap a real dragon with bare bones in place, unable to move at all. There are dozens of dragon kills in the small town where experts carefully search for dragons and acupuncture points. The kiln is known as the 1,000-year-old kiln. For Jigue, it is tantamount to a continuous fire for cooking. The boiling water soup, the fire of karma, is poured into the soul. Chen Pingon reminded, don't forget that you were able to escape from the iron lock well in the past, and then you can walk around the world freely in a human skin, because of whom? If you follow the earliest rules made by the saints of the 3 religions of the Lizhu Cave and Heaven, this is an extra-legal favor, and there is also the suspicion of trespassing. Jigui blinked. Of course it's because Qi Jingchen is unfavorable for guards, otherwise what else? Chen Pingon turned his head slightly, listening in a vertical ear, and smiling. What did you say? I didn't hear you clearly, say it again. GQ leaned over the railing and said with a smile, you count the elder, let me say it again, you must say it. Being a neighbor for so many years, she knows exactly what Chen Ping's character is. On his side as a bad guy, anyone can speak and do without restraint. Anyway, he is a poor worm who is accustomed to being spineless and pierced when he was young. There is no need to worry that he will hold revenge, let alone get revenge. Most people even have good rewards. He doesn't believe it, he believes that evil has its retribution. He is not afraid of ghosts when he is a child, but he is a coward who dares not do any bad things and dare not have bad intentions, but only in certain things, do not cross the boundary. When Jigue saw Lu Xianyang the first time he saw it, he didn't like him. Real dragons in the world were born against scales. Because Lu Xianyang's ancestors were proficient in the techniques of disturbing dragons, gut perches, and slashing dragons, for Lu Xianyang, a descendant of a dragon breeder, Shi Ke possesses a hatred that comes from Dao Dao's heart. At that time, Lu Xianyang was a real mundane master, ignorant of this, and Tian Wan led the red line, just as Zhigui disgusted that he had no money. Song Jisin walked out of the cabin, followed by Prince Dai Song Su, Minister Zhao Shilang of the Ministry of Rights, and the young girl who turned over the box and turned a good harvest. But when Yu Yu saw the sword fairy in Qingshan who likes to smile and kill people, he immediately went to bitter gourd. Face up. Although he is not the one in front of him, he is still him after all. In those few games, she dragged her and turned around with a heart-wrenching elbow, hitting her blood violently. Otherwise, she stretched out her hand and held down the front door and pulled out all her soul. What's more, among the Dali earthly branch monks, she is considered to have ended well, and some of them are even worse. Thinking of these bad things that could not bear to look back, Yu Yu felt that the drinks on the ferry were still lacking. Song Jisin smiled and asked, "Is something wrong with me?" Chen Pingon asked, "Didn't you find me something?" Song Jisin nodded, "Then go sit inside and talk." Zhao Yu and all three of them stayed behind, letting the two neighbors in Mud Bottle Alley reminisce about their past. In a room, Chen Pingon and Song Jisin sat opposite each other. Zhigui crossed the threshold and did not take a seat. Standing behind Song Jisin, she was a maid. In the small town in her hometown, according to the custom, most women don't eat. Those who serve the table, and as long as they are married aunts and aunts, there is no way to worship the ancestors to the grave. Song Jisin said straightforwardly, "Don't kill, this is my bottom line, otherwise I will break my wrist with you and Luopashan no matter what the price is." Chen Pingon said, "Song Mu, you have to figure out one thing first, it's not that I embarrass her, but she is embarrassing me." Zhigui smiled and said, "The son is too worried, how can a good person kill someone? At most, you can say a few things, and you can go away with a little lesson." Song Jisin stared at the Chen Pingon, shook his head and said, "Repaying virtue with virtue and resentment. Repaying virtue with resentment is a real villain, and resentment with virtue is a hypocrite. This is not my doctrine, but the teachings of the Holy Master." Chen Pingon turned his head and said to Zhigui, "Don't stay here for outsiders." Zhigui shook his head like a rattle, and said, "First, I am not an outsider, and secondly, I am not a human." Song Jisin said, "Zhigui, you should leave for a while." Jukyu pouted his mouth, his figure dissipated out of thin air. Chen Pingon suddenly raised one hand and moved his fingers together to make a sword technique. The next moment, Zhigui was forced to leave the house and return to the corridor on the top floor. She pressed her thumb against her cheek, and there was a slight blood mark wounded by the sword gas. It is really the 14th realm in the legend. Song Jisin poured 2 bowls of tea, pressed his fingers against one of the white porcelain tea bowls, and gently pushed it to Chen Pingon. This tea set on the table comes from the Longzhou Kiln Supervision and Administration Bureau. Less than a quarter of an hour. Chen Pingon went back to the bow. Only a lonely King Dali was left, staring blankly at the tea bowl in front of him. Zhao Yu has been waiting for Chen Ping's return, and asked in his heart, the other 2 sword repairers. Actually, when Zhao Yu first went to see Chen Pingon, he was not without worry, but he was inevitably worried that Chen Pingon would want to complete the immortal sword Tai Bai. Chen Pingon said, "Sword repairing Lu Kai is wild and wild." Zhao Yu frowned and said, "How can it be brilliant?" Chen Pingon shook his head and said, "I don't know. You can ask yourself in the future." Now he is practicing in Dakshuandu. He is already a sword cultivator. Zhao Yu smiled bitterly, "Now it's the Jade Pure realm. You let me fly to the Qingming world. It's better to wait for Mr. Bai to return to Hauran for things about the Year of the Ox." Chen Pingon smiled and said, "Since I can return home from Wutsai world by an exception, I might be able to travel to Qingming world for an extraordinary journey." Zhao Yu choked for a while. It's really uncomfortable to chat with this guy who likes to hold grudges. Zhao Yu said politely, go back to the capital together. Chen Pingan shook his head and said, going south to visit a few places again. Jigue looked indifferent, squinted a pair of golden eyes, looked down at Chen Pingan, and said in his heart, you will disappoint you now. Chen Pingan raised his head and looked at the woman with sleeves in both hands. He didn't explain anything. He didn't have much to chat with her. But when he heard Zigui's words, Chen Pingan smiled instead. Leaving hometown for at least these years and wandering around with Song Jisin, she still did not disappoint Mr. Qi after all. During the war, instead of turning to the wild world, she took the initiative to leave the land and fought with the old throne Fei Fei, and stopped the other party's magical powers that tried to flood the old dragon city, so that she was moved to the mountain. The ancestor Zhu was tired of taking the lead. Recommend an app, which is comparable to the old version of the book-chasing artifact, and can change the entire source book. After the war ended, I never rashly went to Guishu, trying to stand on my own in the unrestrained barren world. I didn't fight with Mrs. Tantan in Lushwiking for the title of the Lord of Water Transport. No matter what I thought, I didn't make a big fuss and tore my face with the Confucian temple. The most important thing is that she did not cheat Song Jisin. Since she was in Ni Ping Alley and could steal dragon qi from Song Jisin, now she can also feed dragon qi back to King Song Mu. Once she does this, it will affect the luck of the continent. It is very likely that it will lead to the fact that the Song family of Dali has 2 points in one country, and finally a situation of confrontation between the north and the south. Chen Pingan turned around, stretched out his sleeves, and said goodbye to the armored general. Jigue waited until the guy left and went back to the house, and found that Song Jisin was a little bit unwilling, so he just sat down and asked, didn't we agree? Song Jisin didn't say a word, and was silent for a long time. He stood up and said, don't go to the capital, go to the wild world. Desui Mountain Cliff Academy. Senior brother Mao has stepped down as the deputy mountain lord, and after the Confucian temple discussion, he was no longer the Shangshu of the Great Sui dynasty and also served as the mountain lord of the academy, but a new mountain lord from another continent came. Chen Pingan appeared on the top of the mountain called Dongshan in the academy, standing on the top of a big tree branch, overlooking the palace. The former Prince Gao Xian was already the new emperor of the Sui dynasty. At that time, the small town was mixed with dragons and fish. The first bag of gold and copper coins that Chen Pingan got was, strictly speaking, the bag of money he got from Gao Xian, plus the 2 bags that Gu Kan left for him, just enough to make up 3 kinds of gold. Refined copper coins, 1 bag each for offering money, greeting spring money, and winning money. The 3 bags of gold and copper coins were actually a chance that Chen Pingan had missed. It was the loach that was first given to Gu Kan. Later, when he met Uncle Li, when he was discussing the price, he was given a first-come first-served basis. Xingxing grabbed the golden carp before Chen Pingan, plus a free Dragon King basket. After, the son of the Gao family in Yang County of the Great Sui dynasty, as a proton of the alliance between the 2 countries, came to the Dai dynasty and studied at the Linlu Academy of Piyin Mountain for many years. In Shanaya Academy, Gao Xian often fished with Yu Lu. In fact, they are very familiar with Aquarius and Li Huai. Chen Pingan hesitated, but still did not go to the Desui Palace to find Gao Xian. The new emperor, who had not been enthroned for a long time, was busy criticizing Zhu in the imperial study. The old eunuch, who was secretly called the internal minister of the 2 dynasties by the Desui officialdom, stood at the door, and then an enshrined monk saw His Majesty the Emperor, who seemed to be called Kai Jingshan. Chen Pingan is not familiar with him, and Chui Dongshan and Uncle Li seemed to be very familiar with him. After that, I just went for a short walk by the lake in the academy, disappeared again, and continued to travel far. A large-scale Xianjia ferry port is located on the border of Nanjing State and Guyu State. The ferry boat berth is a large lake called Baochun Lake. Back then, according to Zhang Shanfeng's statement, in ancient times, there was a goddess who was in charge of the spring and took charge of the flowers and trees in the world. As a result, a big tree in the ancient Yu kingdom was always not punctual, so the goddess issued an oracle order to let this tree cannot be resuscitated, so it is extremely difficult to form a refined form, so there is a saying that later generations of elm bumps cannot resuscitate. If Qin Pingan remembers correctly, the scholar surnamed Chu in the south really only had 5 levels of cultivation. This is indeed extremely inconsistent with its age. The monk is on the mountain, and there is the saying about the false year and the full year, which is not the same algorithm as the age under the mountain, then this ancient elm tree spirit is really a typical imaginary age of several thousand years, and the full year is very insufficient. At that time, Chen Pingan read little and had a short-sightedness. At first, he mistakenly thought that the other party was a child of the royal family of Guyu. Otherwise, he should only rely on a Chu surname, plus the allusions mentioned by Zhang Shanfeng, and that the other party claimed to be from Guyu. Some guesses. The spirit of the world, as long as the refining is successful, the real name is very important. According to Master Zhaoling's Us method of interpreting characters, the Chu character is on the forest and under the, and is the foot solution, double trees are forests, and there are feet under the trees. The ancient master of the country of Yu used this as his surname. Chen Pingan looked up at the sky over the ferry. Ancient Yu country, Dumao Mansion. The surname of the ancient Yu kingdom is also Chu, and the ancient elm tree spirit, whose alias is Chu Mao, has been the national teacher of the ancient Yu kingdom for some years. At this moment, Chu Mao was dining, a large table of exquisite delicacies, plus a pot of tribute wine from the palace, and 2 young maids waiting by the side. It is really a fairy living a fairy life. Looking at the thoughts he spends on eating, he knows that he is a particular person. Of course, this master of the National Normal University was still very polite back then. Wearing a snow-white armor made of a soldier's armor pill, he slapped his front breastplate vigorously, begging Chen Pingan to punch here. That was the first time Chen Pingan saw Bingjia Jiuan, and it seemed that it was still the royal storehouse of the ancient Yu kingdom. And Du Yu, the ghost axe palace that Chen Pingan met later in Luzhou, Beiju, are a number of heroes. One begs you, and the other makes 3 moves. Chen Pingan stood at the door, slightly lifting the monk's atmosphere. Chu Mao sullened his face and sneered, "The visitor is a guest, why sneaky?" Without turning his head, continue to pick up the chopsticks. A cultivator of the cave mansion realm is not low, and he is courageous. At the door, a man in a blue shirt with sleeves with both hands appeared, smiling and saying, "Master Chu, don't come here without any problems." Chu Mao frowned slightly, and turned his head slowly, but when he saw the figure of the man, the master of the National Normal University suddenly sweated like rain. It was the 2 maids who were serving meals with the masters of the National Normal University, and they didn't know the importance of their interests. "I just thought that the man in the green shirt who jumped over the wall was so bold, he looked so handsome." Chu Mao had to hold the tabletop with one hand so that he could stand up slowly, step back a few steps, first straighten his clothes, and then draw out a jade card from his sleeve, hung it around his waist, and finally drew it to the bottom, saying, "Do you country exercises Qi?" "Sure Chu Mao, I have seen sect Master Qin." "Is Laozi blind?" The previous scene of Xingyang Mountain was very happy, and he did not drink less. As for Chu Mao's typing nothing card issued by the Ministry of Criminal Affairs, it was of course the last class. It's just that Chu Mao broke his head and couldn't guess, what would such an unattainable sword fairy come to Xiaxibu? Chen Pingan drew out a casual card from his sleeve. "It's such a coincidence, I also have one. I never thought that such an offering card is very useful." Chu Mao immediately turned the rudder upon seeing the wind and said, "It's something I can't imagine." I was fortunate enough to be a monk worshipping Dali with Qin Jianxian. Before that, I wished to be able to replace it with a second-class worship title. It's rewarding me with a first-class innocence card, and I have to refuse it. Chen Pingan raised his foot and crossed the threshold, twisted his wrist, and the scarlet-colored flagon-like sword-raising gourd appeared. He smiled and said, "You said it yourself. In the future, as long as you pass by Gyu Kingdom, you must come to your side. As a guest, it's okay even if you go to the palace to drink." I also suggested that I had better pick a snowy night. Let us sit on the roof of the main hall and drink and enjoy the snow freely. Even if the emperor knew about it, we wouldn't drive people. At the beginning, Chu Mao claimed to be in a relationship with the emperor of Chu clan, which was to help each other and guard against each other. In fact, looking back, it was a very conscientious and honest statement. Chu Mao stood on the spot, startled and speechless, like thunder and thunder. How could the sword fairy in Qingshan be the young man of the year? It has only been decades of effort. At that time, I met young Jianxiu on a narrow road. How could both sides be considered, fighting back and forth, right? Furthermore, you, the sword immortal master of the upper 5 realms, can't you let me, a little sevuing spirit, as a fart? Why bother to dig through the old accounts, which has lost the Xianjia's temperament in vain? Chen Pingan moved a chair and sat down, and smiled with a maid. "Excuse me, girl, help me add a pair of chopsticks." Just as Chu Mao was about to reprimand the dumb goose that lacked the slightest eyesight, he found that the sword immortal looked at him with a smile but a smile. Chu Mao immediately said with the maid and Yen Yu, "Remember to bring a few more jars of good wine." After Chen Pingan took a seat, he asked casually, "You haven't had any contact with the Taoist Bailu yet?" It is hard not to remember the Taoist Bailu who was one of Chu Mao's allies. Came quickly, and ran faster. At that time, Chu Mao saw that the situation was not good, so he immediately called Qingshan God and Taoist Bailu to come to help out. He never thought that Taoist Bailu, who had just landed on the veranda, touched the ground with a little toe, and transformed into a white deer with the dust in his hand. The mount came and hurried to go even more hurriedly, put on a sentence, "Mother, Jian Shou." In fact, how can Chen Pingan be considered a sword repair at that time? A flying sword, with or without natal supernatural powers, is the top priority. On the 1st and 15th day of the new year, as the two flying swords with Chen Pingan for the longest time, until now, Chen Pingan has not been able to find out the magical powers of his life. Chu Mao became more worried and sighed. Dideo Bailu, who was injured a little in the previous battle, is now wandering in other continents, and he is relieved. He said that after walking through the Haoran Jojo, he must go to the Great Wall of Jinchi. When I watched and opened my eyes, I thought I was cheeky. I wanted to toast the sword immortals who died in battle. The Taoist also said that he didn't know how good the Great Wall of Sword Chi was before, and waited until such a time when the fairy master said death on the mountain. Only after I died, and it was still a big battle, I realized that the Great Wall of Sword Chi, which I thought could not be a little bit of a relationship, turned out to have helped Haoran keep the peace of the world for thousands of years. How courageous and difficult it is. In fact, when he returned to the capital of ancient Yu country, Chu Mao once sent a group of assassins, 2 pure martial artists, and 2 Yamazawa Yeshio to assassinate the young sword fairy. As a result, clay cows entered the sea, meat buns beat dogs, one by one. No reply. So for so many years, Chu Mao has not gone to the Rouge County of Cai country to take revenge. Chen Pingan asked with a smile, "With the great master of Chu, why didn't you take refuge in the wild demon clan back then?" Chu Mao smiled, "It's a spirit, not a beast." Chen Pingan raised the wine bowl, "Let's take one." Chu Mao hurriedly held the cup in both hands, waiting for the sword fairy to drink first, then one suddenly raised his head and drank all the wine. Chu Mao was filled with wine again, and quickly said something good and easy to obedient. If Qin Jianxian had not had his own mountain top, he would not be able to get out of it. It would be better than Fengshue Temple Wei Great Sword Immortal is so chic. Otherwise I went to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. With Qin Jianxian's aptitude, he must not be inferior to Wei Dajianxian at all. Chen Pingan raised the wine bowl, leaned forward, bumped the wine glass in Chu Mao's hand, and smiled. It should be settled for grievances and grievances. After drinking wine today, it is all over. But there is one thing. Thank you means to be a baggage fast, pick up money, and open the door. The young sword fairy didn't say anything, and of course Chu Mao didn't dare to ask more. Finally, when the young sword fairy left with a smile, Chu Mao still had the illusion of being a world away. A secluded hill near a mountain shrine, with a wide view, suitable for enjoying the scenery, 3 women, covered with Zhang Kei Guo lichen, filled with wine and various pastries and fruits. An old saying about the rivers and lakes, the beauty in the mountains is either a ghost or a demon. Of course, there is also the goddess who is most aspired by the fallen scholars. The girl was so happy that she rolled happily on the blanket. Everything is difficult at the beginning, but everything is not difficult at the beginning. Posted, and finally developed, my old lady was finally lavish, and finally I didn't have to send someone to look at people's faces. It was Wei Wei, the goddess of the mountain, who brought 2 temple maids to drink here. In the years when I was just promoted to the mountain god empress, all my family resources were spent on the construction of ancestral temples. How can I look at how wealthy and how to spend money? I have no experience at the beginning. When I was used to cutting paths and robbery, I knew how to be the goddess of the mountain. Isn't it the first thing that the yellow girl sits on the sedan chair, so I didn't even think about saving some flowers. It was really embarrassing and outrageous, so I had to borrow incense from Qinghuang temporarily to maintain the beauty of the landscape. Because the incense owed too much debt, the county Qinghuang called her grandma when he saw her. It was even worse than her, saying that he had tightened his pants. It's not a pretend to live with the belt. It's really exhausted by her, but Fu Qinghuang is not kind enough. Close the door, and go to the Duqinghuang Temple of the Yinming Regency in Yizhou. It is even a messenger in the yamen who can throw her at her face. Landscape officialdom, it's really hard to get confused. When Wei Wei was still a female ghost, she once complained that this world was difficult for people to live and ghosts to do. I never thought that I finally became the goddess of the mountain who enjoys incense, but I am still struggling everywhere. The turning point of things, after the visit of the sword immortal Qingshan, the mountain temple began to operate from time to time. So that Wei Wei specially named the section of mountain road adjacent to the ancestral temple privately, which was called Fun Shui Ling. Chen Pingan took advantage of Wei Wei's absence in the mountain temple, and sat on the long bluestone slab outside the temple. Really listening to the goddess of the mountain and the 2 goddesses say that the plot of her trip to the capital was tortuous, and it was assumed that she was told by others. It turned out that the 3 of them carefully selected a scholar who went to Beijing to rush for the exam. It was indeed a waste of time to make people wait. If it weren't for Chen Ping's reminder, otherwise, if they were just staring at the reading seeds in their mountain world, it is estimated that the mountain temple will be too tight to open the pot at this time. In the beginning, the scholar was not rare to walk the mountain road, only to bypass the mountain shrine. What to do? Follow Chen Pingan's method, go down the mountain to support the dream. According to Wei Wei's estimation, Na Shizi's imperial examination system skills are not bad. According to his own cultural fortune, he belongs to the same Jinshi background. As long as you don't get muddled in the examination room, you can say that the examination is serious. The second-tier scholars of Jinshi are a little bit overwhelming, but it is not completely impossible. If you add Wei Wei's effort to donate the cultural luck, and light a red landscape lantern behind the scholars, you are indeed expected to be among the second-class scholars. Ku is the scholar, who looks a little stubborn and crooked. At first, Wei Wei's maid was reluctant, and she disliked that scholar is too ugly, saying that she really couldn't speak. So angry that Wei Wei grabbed her ears and scolded her for not being able to open her mind, just falling into a dream, and even mouthing, "What kind of mouth? It is not for you to directly have a spring dream with him." After a crappy dream, it was for the first time that the scholar had encountered this kind of thing in his life. Otherwise, Wei Wei felt terrible because of the flaws. Later, she gritted her teeth and asked for a copy of the Mountain and Water genealogy, and the mountain went down as far as possible, deviated from the waterway and took a careful trip to the capital. The so-called "a certain important minister of the temple" by Chen Pingan did not say clearly, but both sides knew that Wei Wei was very familiar with this guy who had already been in power. When Wei Wei became the goddess of the mountain, the two sides had a tacit understanding of each other to draw a clear line. That guy is not a fuel-efficient lamp, and he doesn't miss old feelings. He goes around to play official accents. Any imperial examination is a major event in the country. It should not be interfered, and the rules are broken. Wei Wei, who was actually reluctant to mention Chen Pingan, was really unable to do anything, so she had to move out of the name of the Sword Fairy. Okay. The three characters Chen Pingan are simply the best panacea in the world. Although the guy only said "don't hope too much" at the time. However, Wei Wei still has this kind of human affection and sophistication. The scholar's background is a jinshi, and he is sure of it. As for the top three, Wei Wei really didn't dare to hope, as long as he didn't make the bottom of the jinshi. As a result, the scholar directly won the top 2 ranking, and of course the scholar was dreaming. Wei Wei and the two maids, after hearing the great news of this day, are actually the same. The jinshi titled on the gold list was free, without saying anything, rushing to the mountain temple, worshipping incense and bowing his head, tears in his eyes, and extremely pious. It was at that moment, watching the curls of the essence of incense in the temple with his own eyes, Wei Wei suddenly felt a hint of understanding in his heart. It seemed that he understood a series of truths instantly, and truly understood how to act as it of mountains and rivers. Chen Pingan sits on the bluestone bench next to Gu Song, holding a sword gourd, and drinking slowly. Wei Wei, with a big laugh, our son Chen, who is pitiful and cherishing jade, said that those black words are more smooth than we are, it is really unfavorable. Casually talked about the deeds of the landscape travel notes, Wei Wei burst into laughter. Chen Pingan rolled his eyes. Don't know her in general. Sure enough, many fist-sized red lanterns were hung in the mountains, waters and territories surrounding the temples. These are the symbols of the protection of the mountain gods, and they are small and exquisite. There are both large gated households and poor alleys in the market. A good cause, as long as it can really bloom and bear fruit, it is possible to bloom. Everything goes smoothly and everything goes smoothly. On the border between the two countries, there are no 4 evils in the water country. It is a land of mountains and rivers. There are high mountains and mountains suitable for exploring the secluded area, and there are also easy places for enjoying the scenery. Otherwise, Wei Wei would not choose here, as the site of the ancestral temple, plus there are many weird and strange anecdotes and landscape stories here. There is also an official road within the boundary of the ancestral temple. There are more people in the arena, scholars traveling, businessmen walking darts, 3 teachings and 9 streams, and there are more and more incense in mountain temples. A great pilgrim who is devout and faithful to the Buddha came to the temple and donated a considerable amount of sesame oil. So Wei Wei built a temple on his own land boundary. It was not large in scale, but he also specially invited temple blessings to renovate the dilapidated Buddha statues that had been brought together early, or put gold or painted them, in short, donated by the big pilgrim. Money, a couple of silvers are not greedy for ink. And the big pilgrims in that state city made a special trip to choose the 15th day of the first lunar month to burn the first incense, and waited here on the 14th day. After seeing the temple, he was very satisfied. Rich people may be confused about other things, but it is the most difficult to be fooled when it comes to making money and spending money. So at a glance, I can see that the mountain temple is exquisite and generous, so I donated a large sum of silver to the mountain temple. It's a courtesy exchange. Wei Wei was a ghost. It's not that she has never seen money. He has dealt with him all the year round. Most of them are fairy money, but the incense is really not convertible with fairy money. The big pilgrim with a humble appearance was actually just an ordinary master who made real money from the mountain, but he said a sincere truth at the time, but Wei Wei remembered deeply. In fact, I am not doing good deeds and giving money to others, but other people giving good destiny to me. Dolly Companion Capital, Luo Jing. His Majesty the Emperor has never visited the accompanying capital. The old Shangshu Lu Qingfeng from the Ministry of Rights of the accompanying capital is very old and sick, and has not been to the Yamen for a long time. In fact, many dynasties have more precedence in the 2 capitals, 3 capitals, and even Pei capital. Now Lujing's Yamen, not only the Ministry of Rights, but also other Yamen, have officials suggesting that the 2 capitals of the north and the south are both capitals, regardless of priority. The undercurrent is surging. 2 minds, 1 argument. Today, the old man heard a long-lost address of Mr. Liu, opened his eyes, stared at the uninvited guest who appeared out of thin air, struggling a little, nodded and laughed. Compared with the formality of the past, now it is much more arbitrary. Yes, good thing, just sit down. Lu Qingfeng sat up, took a pillow and leaned against him. There is actually a maid over there in Nuange. Chen Pingan found a chair, held it gently, and sat not far from the bed, with his hands on his knees, and said softly, Mr. Lu, just lay down and talk. Lu Qingfeng smiled and said, I have to lie down in the future, don't worry now. Chen Pingan laughed blankly. Lu Qingfeng pointed to the case of the bookcase, a court, how to manage corrupt officials. Needless to say, a country is the most important thing besides fighting 2 things, and we have done a great job in this aspect. However, Dolly has done a great job. Well, some upright ways of being an official are relatively unremarkable. I have a pen to write and it's difficult to write, so I have to take advantage of the fact that I'm still alive, and am still able to dictate, so I can give someone a ghostwriter, and quickly toss and make a mistake. Officials don't ask for money, they just use it for their own sake, and act fiercely. It's not the golden mean taught by sages. Chen Pingan nodded. I once saw a similar statement in a small collection of travel notes, saying that corrupt officials only account for 30% of the country, and 70% of such troubles caused by innocent officials. That's not an exaggeration, but this is also a matter of reason. If you don't say a few strange things, who will listen to it? By the way, I have read that booklet and helped a woman change her name. Chui Huan is not as elegant as Huan Chui. Chen Pingan smiled knowingly, nodded slightly and said, it turns out that Mr. Liu has really read it. The travel note has not sold much in Ao Pingzhou, and it has not been engraved and reprinted a long time ago. It can be seen that this Lu Laoshang's book is mixed and has good memory. Probably this is the so-called good knowledge, not to mention the old man is not a gas trainer. The fastest way, but the people in the book help this prostitute get out of the sea of suffering, both public and private, step by step, without dripping. Chen Pingan still nodded, as Mr. Lu said, it is true. Lu Qingfeng smiled and said, do a good thing so that the beneficiaries have no troubles. Even if it's just a matter of books, you and I are like spectators. It's a bit of comfort to turn the book to this point. Chen Pingan can only continue nodding obediently. Lu Qingfeng was silent for a moment, and said, Lu Qingshan and Lu Boqi, Mr. Lao Chin will take care of them a lot in the future. Chen Pingon said, Mr. Liu, don't worry. Liu Qingfeng smiled and said, in case of some accidents, you can't take care of it, and you don't need to feel guilty. If you can't do this, just forget it. Don't worry about each other, you don't have to worry about it, I just don't let it go. Heart. Chen Pingon smiled and said, you can rest assured. Liu Qingfeng glanced at Chen Pingon, jokingly said, sure enough, it's better to go up the mountain to practice as a god. Chen Pingon hesitated to speak but stopped. Liu Qingfeng waved his hand, knowing what the young sword immortal wanted to say, I am a weak scholar who can bear a little bitterness, but it is a pity that I can't bear the pain. TSK, what flesh and blood is peeling off, it is just thinking about it. If I think about it, my scalp is numb. Besides, I don't have that idea. Even if there is a shortcut to becoming of mountains and rivers, I will not take it. If others don't understand, you should understand. Chen Pingon no longer persuades. After a few coughs, the old man suddenly called out, Chen Ping'an. Chen Pingon said, Mr. Liu. The old man looked at the sword fairy on the mountain who was still young. He turned the book so he could see the most knowledgeable page. He closed his eyes and muttered, the world is overturning and my heart is clear. Sword of Coming Chapter 870. Xingyang Mountain, passing the Yunlu. Rain and clear weather, the weather is fresh. In the Bailudu outside the mountain, clumps of reeds have bloomed, and the rice on the terraced field is golden. The several hills of Xingyang Mountain that are farther away seem to be relatively busy. There were no guests in that familiar-shaped room. Chen Pingon went to the house, moved a wicker chair to the observation deck and sat in the observation deck, overlooking the nearest Qingwu peak, gently shaking the raised sword in his hand. Gourd. Some things are difficult to quit once they have started, such as who they like, or drinking. At the wine table, Chen Pingon has seen many people's feelings in the world. Drinking can make the few speakers become talkative, can make people who like loud speakers whisper, can make people smile but teary eyes without knowing it, and can turn an old man into a child. I don't know what his chief show will be when he arrives in the barren world, and how much noise he will make. A piece of willow leaf cuts the fairy. As for Jiang Shangzhen's fate, Chen Pingon never asked. Cui Dongshan raised his mouth casually, saying that Zhou's chief Feijian had a very high rank and unparalleled edge, and he could be rated as the first class in the summer palace. He crossed the mountains and ridges, crossed the river, and broke the armor. More surprisingly, Niuerong, who was supposed to go to the border of Zhongyue in Dei, was actually inside the inn at the moment, as if he was checking the accounts. Niuerong was aware of the Qi vision here, and immediately put down the account book that became more and more sad, and quickly rushed to investigate the reality. Before she left, she was still praying for blessings silently in her heart. Don't be that person. Don't be that person. Maybe it's because I'm not going to burn incense in the temple on weekdays. I'm afraid of what will come. Niuerong turned sideways and gave a blessing to the uninvited guest. She hesitated for a moment, thought about it, and deliberately used a more outlandish name. I have seen Master Chao. Chen Pingon turned his head, raised the sword-raising gourd in his hand, and said, First of all, I have to congratulate Master Ni, as everyone's hope is returned, as the god of wealth of Xingyang Mountain sect. Niuerong hurriedly regained her blessing again. Really want to care about it, she can be promoted to the third in command of the next sect in the future, and I really want to thank this lost mountain sword fairy for making a big fuss. Otherwise, 1 carat and 1 pit can get her turn in the Qingwu Peak Dragon Gate realm, who is not a sword repairer, and occupy an important position in the next sect. Beautiful things that I can't even dream of. She, the former treasurer of the Cloud Tower, is not a sword repairer like senior brother Wei Yueshan. The two senior brothers and sisters who seemed to be close to each other in the past are now too close, and the tribulations that almost destroyed the sect are shared. Let these brothers and sisters really do it. Before Niuerong left the sect, the two parties had a sincere conversation in private that they had never had before, made up their minds, and supported each other in the future. Wei Yueshan sits in Qinggu Peak. She is now in charge of the money in the next clan. In the future, I will take care of my own Feng Tu as much as possible. Niuerong cautiously said, the next case has not been finalized yet. Chen Pingon smiled and said, Yuzhengyang Mountain is a well-known friend all over the world. This is a trivial matter. Niuerong doesn't seem to be embarrassed. Year after year, he has been dealing with people and welcoming things, and his face has long been as thick as the overlapping account books. Chen Pingon was puzzled. Why is Ni Xiancher still passing by the Yunlu? Accordingly, the preparations for the next clan are complicated. As the person who settles the accounts and manages the money, Niuerong is a new official who should be the most inseparable. Niuerong looked in a trance, and had some unreal feelings, as if she was politely pulling the house, but she was here before. When Chen Pingon had an appointment with the Lord Zhu Huang, she did not dare to breathe. At that time, the two sides sitting opposite each other, the two overlords, anyway, she didn't dare to take a second look. When Niuerong heard the question, she immediately converged her mind and answered carefully, returning to Master Chao's words, Yurong has something to do temporarily this time, and she needs to go to the Zhongzhou Shirtang. Regarding Yongxiaxiang's business, I hope Sovereign Zhu will be able to take an idea, because the price given by Yunxia Mountain. Don't say anything specific, I'm an outsider, don't break the rules. Chen Pingon waved his hand, stopped Niuerong's words, and said casually, it seems that the inn's business has become a bit deserted. Niuerong just gave a soft hum, she didn't dare to sneer. Why the business is sluggish and there are so few customers? Who is to blame? Of course, she is the treasurer who doesn't know how to make money. Otherwise, I still blame this courteous Master Qin Shan. Things that don't make sense. The first suzerain of Xinjiang Mountain's future next sect was the sword repair Yuanbai of the old Zhuiying dynasty. Because there had been a questioning sword with Fengliuan Yellow River, Yuanbai injured the Dao, no accident, the old Zhu of the past one of Ying's double walls, a genius sword repairman, his sword will stop in the nascent soul realm in this life. Bamboo Emperor is indeed a tolerant person. Yuanbai once was on the way to observe the ceremony. Under all eyes, he openly declared that he had retreated from Xinjiang Mountain. Of course, it is only a so-called next sect, as Niuerong said, I still dare not say that it is a certain thing. After such a turmoil of observing the ceremony, there were more accidents. During the previous discussions at the Confucian Temple in China, Song Changjing asked the Confucian Temple for at least 3 additional quotas for the sections. Among the candidates for the sects in Ao Pingzhou, in addition to this Xinjiang Mountain, there is Yunxia who lacks only 1 monk of the upper 5 realms. Mountain, an ancient Buddhist temple located near Yandang Mountain and Longqiu, Lu Chen's disciple Chao Rong's Taoist temple in the past years, and the gods hope that there will be 1 more next sect, plus the Changchun Palace, the local immortal residence of Dei. Fang forces are now vying for these 3 places. Originally, Xinjiang Mountain had the most hope to add a Zhongxian mansion. Don't look at the Emperor Songmu of the Dei domain, and deliberately obstructed the matter, and put on a posture that was not discussed at all. In fact, it was singing with His Majesty the Emperor Dei, with a red face and a white face, so that the monks of Xinjiang Mountain will not be too ignorant, so that the tail will not be too big, and the future will be difficult to restrain, and it will allow Xinjiang Mountain to spit out more authentic sect heritage, and at the same time it can dispel the grievances of part of the immortal mansion on the mountain, especially the old-style Zong prefix, to the Song clan of Dali, who are working hard to support Jingyang Mountain. In addition to 3 kills with 1 stone, the Dali court also hit a backhand. It is not how the Dali court favored Jingyang Mountain, but the Song family of Dali and Beipingzu, who needed to gather more kendo air transport that was originally scattered across the continents of mountains and rivers. So Zheng Yangshan created the next sect, but there is not much suspense. In Qin Pingan's view, on the contrary, Yunxia Mountain, which has always had the best reputation and highest voice, is the least likely to formally join the ranks of the sect. It is not only the lack of a Yupu realm who sits on the top of the mountain, but that day has a more profound perspective. Plan. Shinaya Academy and Linlu Academy have all been among the 72 academies of the Confucian Temple. In addition, a temple has become one of the sections. Then the 3 religions of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism will truly take root in Aquarius Island. You can gradually stabilize and get on the right track. The most important thing is the Sanjiao Patriarch Sandao, and Aquarius Island can get a greater gift of gas luck. I believe these have long been within the established plan of the brother Cui Huang. Chen Ping'an considers himself like a chess player, but he memorizes some so-called clever hands and stereotypes, and puts them together on the chessboard, which is better than dismantling and cutting, and shorter than sewing and gluing. This is also a ceremony to observe the Jingyang Mountain. Chen Ping'an must be at the root of deliberate action, because he must let himself take the first-hand advantage, and he must take the lead on the chessboard. So compared to the brothers Cui Yang, Jing Juzhong, and Wu Shuangjiang, they are far behind. Human feelings are practiced unconsciously, and scheming is so convincing. Song Jisun in Mud Bottle Alley is actually growing up. It is said that there are several landscape diaries in Zhongtu Shenzhou, and they have all begun to specialize in the young people of Lizhu Cave. After the rain, shoot shoots, grow sturdily, and cultivate bamboos into forests. Only then Niuerong mistakenly thought that Chen Ping'an said that the creation of the next sect was a trivial matter. He was ridiculing Jingyang Mountain and sprinkling salt on the wound. In fact, that is really a trivial matter. Of course, the prerequisite is that Zheng Yangshan should stop being a demon by himself, begging for help, begging for money. Jinsho obediently joined the army, served as a monk with the army, followed the Dali cavalry to fight in the wild. Then the next thing, naturally it will happen naturally. It's not that Niuerong is not smart enough, but because the Cloud Tower and Qingwu Peak are not high enough, even if the monk is standing on the top of the mountain, he can't look far away. The real accident was actually Chen Ping'an's determination to let Jingyang Mountain die out on its own within a few hundred years. For example, the site of the lower mountain sect of Luopa Mountain was chosen at the boundary of Zhongyue on Aquarius Island instead of Tonggishao. Yongshan is tit for tat, then the latter will soon become a source of water, sitting in the sky. Chen Ping'an is temporarily unable to compete with the smartest people in the world, but it is more than enough to deal with the old sword immortals like Zhu Huang and Yan Chu who like to sit and watch the sky. Niuerong asked, Master Chow, allow me to prepare some drinks and fruits. Not long ago, she got a square-inch object from the Patriarch Hall, called Shufenking, with the scroll with the white jade shaft in it. In fact, there was one at Qingwu Peak in her own house, but the brother is the master of the peak. It's her turn. According to the ancestral example of the first-line peak, all the recorded treasures of the mountain gate are only used by the ancestors and still belong to the ancestral hall. Just like the previous fairy Su Jia, who was broken by the Yellow River in Fenglei Garden, she had to return the priceless sword gourd before she went down the mountain sadly. Chen Ping'an declined to say, You don't need to be so polite, I'm not here to catch the autumn wind, I just pass by. In the field of vision, the peaks of Jingyang Mountain after the rain have different scenery, and there is even a rainbow hung between the Shuilong Peak and Yujiao Peak, which are relatively rich in water transport, which is a fairy-like picture. First line peaks, large and small solitary mountains, fairy-back sword peaks, full moon peaks, Chuling Mountain, Shuilong Peak, Baiyun Peak, Pianja Peak, Chongji Peak, Yuzhou Peak, Shiyu Peak, Qingwu Peak. This is the first hostile sect of Luopa Mountain. Xia Yuanqui's Full Moon Peak, and Qiu Lingshan, which was strictly ordered by the Emperor of Bamboo, Xia Yuansui and Tao Yanbo, two old sword immortals, one Yupu and one Yuaning, really formed an alliance. Qiu Lingshan's vitality was greatly injured. Tao Yanbo himself resigned as the of wealth in the sect, and declared that he had thought about it behind closed doors. Shilongfang Yanchu resigned as the ruler of the ancestral hall, and transferred to the power of the ancestor. This is regarded as a mere exchange of benefits. Xia Yuansui, who had the highest seniority, replaced Yan Chu's discipline, and anyway, he didn't take the advantage of nothing. Ling Qi, the female ancestor of Qiangzaifeng, has retired and thanked her guests. Now Li Fang is close to closing the mountain. Before Ling Qi's retreat, she handed over a lot of affairs to Lu Yu to take care of it, that is, the first interview with Lu Xianyang. Woman sword repair of the sword. As for Yu Zhao, the master of Yuzhou Peak, the young and promising golden core sword immortal, it is estimated that he will never have the heart to ask Longquan's sword sect about the sword in his life. Situ Weining, who was born in Full Moon Peak, did not hesitate to become a ghost, but left like that. Before and after his death, she had always been infatuated with Li Tuanjing in Fenglei Garden, but she did not know that Li Tuanjing was reincarnated, and she was far away in front of her. It was the genius boy who was brought up the mountain by Juyu Maineta Wan. The Emperor Bamboo suddenly made a rule. During his tenure as the sovereign of Xingyang Mountain, Yixianfang will no longer set up the post of protecting the mountain from now on. Chen Pingon shook the red wine gourd and smiled. I have to stop talking, please trouble Master Ni to go to the wine cellar to get 2 jugs of wine. Ni Yuerong left immediately and took the wine. Don't dare to neglect, go and return. Ni Yuerong brought 2 pots of Changchun fermented wine that had been collected by Yunlu for many years. Chen Pingon, who had been sitting on the wicker chair, only took 1 pot of wine, waved his sleeves, and put a chair in the house. Moved to the viewing platform. Ni Yuerong thanked him, and after taking her seat, she uncovered the mud seal of a pot of wine and took a sip of the wine. Chen Pingon shook the jug, put it to his ear, listened to the hops, and then smiled. It's real wine, but it's a pity that I ran a lot. New hatred and old hatred, new wine and old wine. Maybe after some new hatreds have become old hatreds accumulated for many years, they will also run alcohol, and the weight will be reduced every year without knowing it. But there was also a bit of resentment, as Chief Shou said, it was like that old turtle's mouth, biting it tightly and not letting it go. Chen Pingon suddenly asked, is there anyone sneaking to destroy the stone stele standing on the border on the side of Xingyang Mountain? Ni Yuerong's heartstrings tightened, and as expected, when he returned to Xingyang Mountain this time, Chen Jianxian had come to Xingshi to ask his guilt. Is it fine to drink by yourself? It's just that the next half of the monument erector said something that Ni Yuerong could not think of breaking his head, the monument has to stand there for a long time. This is the rule set by Luopa Mountain and Xingyang Mountain. It happened outside of this. You don't need to be too nervous about anything. For example, if you are broken by someone, you will re-establish the monument. Anyway, I don't need to spend money. Just don't delay the time for too long. If you lose too much, you just need to move back to the original place. Handwriting if is erased with sword spirit, remember to re-engrave it. Ni Yuerong had to quietly agree. Chen Pingon drank the Changchun fermented wine that he had tasted for the first time, and said with a smile, if you Zhengyangshan are worried that I will find a cause and take the opportunity to make trouble, so I deliberately punished someone heavily, especially if I was ruthless, and what interrupted my disciples. The Longevity Bridge in Beijing. If you remove the name of the mountain and water genealogy, drive down the mountain, etc., it will be avoided. Ni Yuerong's thoughts changed sharply, and she did not dare to accept it immediately. Of course, she was worried that the Qingshan sword fairy was saying something ironic. Chen Pingan doesn't matter what Ni Yuerong's thoughts are. When I turn back, Master Ni Xian helped me give me a message to the Emperor of Bamboo, and said that these motivated young people are probably the future of Xingyang Mountain. Ni Yuerong quickly glanced at the side face of the young sword fairy with a look that didn't seem to be fake. She quickly lowered her head to drink, a little confused, feeling ridiculous. For some reason, she felt that the Lord of the Fallen Mountain looked like her own righteousness. Is Yangshan suzerain? Chen Pingan continued, of course, there are many accidents on the road of cultivation. You can't blindly be young and energetic, and always take mistakes to poke Lozi as your ability. For example, one of the passionate leaders of Xingyang Mountain will sneak to the side of Luopa Mountain one day. Ruthless, insidious tricks, you can't escape and then fight to death. Those of you who are elders on the mountain, it is best to avoid it if you can avoid it, and stop it if you can stop it. Otherwise something like that really happened. Xia Yuansue, the new leader, Xia Yuansue, personally went to our Luopa Mountain to collect the corpse, and then returned here with a certain sword repairman from Luopa Mountain, and received a gift in return. As for Xingyang Mountain Jinqiu, rushed to Dali Longzhou, upright, climbing and asking about the sword and Luopa Mountain. Let's say another thing. Ni Yuerong silently wrote down these important matters, and then she made her own mind, and took out the scroll from the square inch, planning to find a cause, reluctantly cut love, and Luopa Shen, or in other words, with the young sword fairy in front of her, sell a beggar. Okay, forge a friendship, a little bit of incense. Even if the other party accepts the treasure, but doesn't appreciate it at all, it doesn't matter, she will treat it as a disaster, and has stretched out her hand not to hit the smiley person since ancient times. Chen Pingan did not squint, but seemed to have insight into the hearts of the people. He knew Ni Yuerong's plan, and smiled. Cultivation is not easy, and the money in anyone's pocket is not obtained by strong winds or flooding. Ni Yuerong put away the scroll angrily, took the courage, and asked her a question that she has always been puzzled by all these days. Sect Master Qin, why are we alone against Qingwu Peak, and we have passed through the Cloud Tower? It's all, you're welcome. The same as a female monk, Cheongji Peak's Ling Qi is in a bleak situation, not much better than Tao Yanbo's Autumn Mountain. Today, Cheongji Peak is not a closed mountain than a closed mountain, and the ancestor of the peak, Ling Qi, is not a retreat. It's better than retreat. Chen Pingan lay on a wicker chair with sleeves in both hands. I just said that it's not easy to practice. It's not easy for a woman to practice in Xingyang Mountain. Then sat up, Chen Pingan looked at the quiet scenery on the side of the ferry. Some things are understandable, but I don't think you have done it right. I won't look down on you, but I have no pity for anything. Ni Yuerong neither expressed gratitude nor said anything. She just stopped drinking, the woman with gentle eyebrows, her hands interlaced with her fingers, quietly, looking at the green mountains and white clouds in the distance. Chen Pingan was about to finish drinking the pot of Changchun fermented rice in his hand, then left Xingyang Mountain, continued on the road, traveled to the next place, and smiled. I didn't intend to say so much. If Master Ni is not here, I will go to the meeting at most. Go down to Shuilong Peak, and thank the people. Refers to a certain genius brother of Shuilong Peak who is diligent and conscientious in managing Xingyang Mountain's information. Chen Pingan asked casually, have you thought about the name of the Xia Zone? Ni Yuerong didn't think there was anything to conceal about this kind of thing, so she didn't hesitate to say, the meaning of the Zushitang is to be named Huangshan Zhenzong, but it has not been officially finalized, so it is tentatively decided. In the previous discussions at the frontline Fingzhu Tang, there was not much discussion about this matter. After all, there is no need to have a next sect. Not to mention that even if the next sect was created and permission was obtained, the name of the sect had to be read by the Dali imperial court first. If the Zhongtu Confucian Temple finally did not decide and nodded, it would have to change its name again. It is rumored that there are many precedents in the history of the Confucian Temple where the name of the sect failed to pass. For example, there used to be a Kendo sect in Luzhou in Beiju. At first, it was planned to name itself the First Sword Sect, but it was directly rejected by the Confucian Temple. Well, I changed my name to a less high-profile head office, so I gave the Confucian Temple a Second Sword Sect. As a result, a Confucian temple who sits on the canopy of Luzhou, Beiju, accompanies the saints and asked that Yupu realm Jianqiu who is planning to start a school. Is your mind flooded? Chen Pingan smiled and said, it can be seen that your suzerain has high hopes for this next sect. The next ancestral name is Huangshan. The bamboo is full of mountains. Of course, the meaning is good. Sovereign Zhu Huang, of course, also has two selfish intentions. One is to tell all the descendants of the two sects under the mountain that this next sect was created by him alone, and the other is, Bamboo Emperor, or Huang, and at the same time the mountain of Zuizhu can gather the Kendo air fortune that flows like water in the old Zhuiying realm. Obviously, the Bamboo Emperor wants to help himself break the bottleneck of the jade in the future by relying on the Kendo air fortune of the entire lower sect. Immortal became the second fairyland sword repairman after Fengshua Temple Wei Daijiangxian. Like the dragon elephant sword sect built by Qi Tingji in Nanpasuozhou, and Master Wan's Longquan sword sect, as well as the Taihui sword sect on Luzhou in the north, and the Duckweed sword lake. These swordsman sects mostly carry a sword. The word prefix is not as simple as showing the identity, but to a large extent involves the matter of luck. Similar to the real name of the Yaozu, the gods of mountains and rivers were awarded the court, and they all pursued a famous name. The reason why the name of the next sect of Luopishan remains unresolved is that Cui Dongshan hopes that there will be a sword in the name of the next sect. The next sect in such a down-and-out mountain, justifiably, became the first Kendo sect of the mountains and rivers of Tonggishao in the south, just like the Longquan Jianzong founded by Wanqiong, it became the first of Izhou Kendo. The time comes to heaven and earth are all in the same force, swallowing thousands of miles like a tiger. It's not a trivial matter. Longquan Jianzong was founded not long ago. There are already Lu Xianying, Xia Ling, and Su Shaoqiao. If you add Yulin and Lu Yu who have been transferred to Xinjiang Mountain halfway, and with the support of the Dali court, they will help carefully select the embryos of Sword Fairy. Originally, it was at most 200 or 300 years, Longquan. The swordsman will become a veritable swordsman with a very small number of sword repairs. Just like the name of the mountain, it is not appropriate to give a child a name that is too big, because I am worried that it will not be able to carry it, but I really want to take a big name, so most of the children will also be given a nickname that sounds extremely early. The elders in the family often shouted, as a transition. For example, Tonggizong in Tonggishao is a typical mountain big name, named after a continent. Haoranzhozhou, for thousands of years, many large sects so named in history have disappeared one after another, and finally only the Tongya sect remains. Then it was the wilderness attacking Haoran. In hindsight, the Tongya sect was the first to fall apart, like a sign of the land sinking on the continent of Tonggishao. On the other hand, Sun Yuan, the old master of Yuguizhang, traveled to Aquarius Island back then, and he did not hesitate to have a grudge with Wenxing, but also to choose the next sect to be located in Ao Ping Zhou Shujian Lake. I have to say that he was very prescient. And the friendship between Jiang Shangjin and Wensheng's lineage, Chen Pingan, prevents the two parties from becoming dead enemies. Probably this is the old-fashioned behavior of an old suzerain. Niuerong didn't know that a careless word of her could make the owner of Luopishan think so much. Chen Pingon drank wine in silence. Niuerong wanted to speak but stopped. Chen Pingon said something. Niuerong took a big sip of wine. After taking the courage of the wine, he changed the title of Chen Shanju as the beginning, and whispered, "We Qingwu Peak, we have recently received 2 young sword repairmen. Among them, there is a sword fairy embryo with excellent qualifications, who admires Chen Shanju very much. Really, it is not that Yu Rong deliberately approached him. That little girl really admires Chen Shan's sword fairy style sincerely. She is our sect. Men just received a wave of sword repairs, so she missed the ceremony, and she was pure-hearted and would not think too much." The brother actually reminded her of this. The child did not listen, just as the wind in the ear, so that every time she practiced in addition to swords, "I have to learn some martial arts skills. I don't listen to how to persuade her. The brother treats her as a half-born girl, and I almost want to go to Biafing to steal a few excellent swordsman books. I just hope she can practicing the sword well, and strive to form the golden core within Jiazi, so as to keep Qingwu Peak." In the early days of King Yufeng, relying on Niuerong's master Ji Yan, the incense love between the master of the mountain and the bamboo emperor was thrown to King Yufeng 1 or 2 swordsmen from time to time, but King Yufeng couldn't keep it, so much so. In the past 240 years, there hasn't been a sword cultivator in Qingwu Peak sitting on the top of the mountain. Together with Niuerong and brother, they are destined to have no hope of forming a golden pill. Besides, the 2 of them are not sword cultivators, so if it weren't for the ritual change. According to the example of the ancestor of the first-line peak, there has not been a peak head repaired by the golden core sword for 300 years, and she will be removed from the name. Then she and her senior will be the biggest sinners who personally ruin Qingwu Peak. Niuerong suddenly noticed that her words were out of proportion. Excellent qualifications. Sword fairy embryo. I just want to say to her, but the young mountain owner of the downhill mountain next to me, will he find it extremely ridiculous after hearing this? Chen Pingon said helplessly, "Tell me what this does." In order to keep the incense of Qingwu Peak, Niuerong wiped the sweat on his forehead, and ignored it. She bit her scalp and said tentatively, "Yu Rong dare not think anything wrong. I only hope that if we pass Qingwu Peak again in the future, Chen the Mountain Master can give her some advice on swordsmanship, even if it's just a few words." Chen Pingon waved his hand and stood up. "Don't think about this kind of thing. The last time I asked Jian's Henjiang Mountain, I didn't think it was such a sinister landscape." Niuerong sighed and had to give up. Chen Pingon looked at the terraced fields and asked for no reason, "Have you hit the rice?" Niuerong shook her head and said, "I just saw it from a distance." Chen Pingon joked, "You can let the Qingwu Peak disciples go down the mountain to try this in their leisure time." Niuerong seemed to have received an imperial decree. "I will discuss this matter with my brother when I look back, and include it in the King Yufeng ancestral precepts." Chen Jiangxian's remarks seemed to be an understatement, but they casually said, but in fact they must have a lot of meaning. Chen Pingon rubbed his eyebrows, and said helplessly, "I'm just making a joke." "You are really not afraid of being jokes by Biafing?" Niuerong smiled sweetly. "Are we less jokes at King Yufeng? Don't care about them more. Maybe Qingwu Peak will be a pioneer in the future, and Biafing will have to learn something." Before Chen Pingon left, he put the empty hip flask in his sleeve and smiled and said, "I hope I haven't drunk a pot of wine from Yunlu's shopkeeper Ni in vain." Niuerong just treated it as a joke and didn't care. In an instant, there was no more figure in the blue shirt on the viewing platform. Niuerong was relieved. After a while, there was a cyan sword light going straight to the cloud tower from the first-line peak. The bamboo emperor fell to the ground, retracting the sword into its sheath. Niuerong immediately bends down and salutes, "I have seen the Lord." "Are you crazy?" Zhu Huang smiled, and said straight to the point, "Dare to pass on the ancestor hall with flying sword under Qin Shan's nose?" It turned out that Ni Yuerong was going to help Qin Shanju to get the 2 pots of Changchun fermented rice. After a battle between heaven and man, he still used his own risk and secretly sent a message to the frontline peak with a flying sword and informed the Lord Zhu Huang. Ni Yuerong is anxious, shouldn't he be offended by the Emperor Bamboo, so he just lost the 3rd place in the next sect in the future, right? Bamboo Emperor said, "Do you know that it was Master Qin Shan who was holding a flying sword and personally helped you deliver the letter to the first line peak?" Ni Yuerong was dumbfounded and frightened. "Okay, let's not say that I can't eat, I'm afraid Qin Wufeng will be implicated. It's just why Qin Jianxian knew about it, or took the pot of wine. Waiting to see her joke. Could it be that Qin Jianxian took the initiative to ask for a drink and was deliberately waiting for his flying sword to pass the letter? And why did the Lord Bamboo Emperor seem not angry, but rather relaxed?" The Emperor Bamboo looked at this woman who had not yet understood the key points, and shook her head. "Is this a silly person and a blessing?" Ni Yuerong asked in a low voice. "What did Qin Shanju just say to me? I repeat it with the suzerain." The Emperor Bamboo shook his head and went to the railing. With his hands folded, he looked at the Qingwu peak. "No, this is your own good fortune." Ni Yuerong looked embarrassed and said, "But Lord Qin Shan has something to say, let me take it to the sect master." The Emperor Bamboo turned his head. Ni Yuerong waited for Lord Sovereign to speak. The Emperor Bamboo smiled and said, "Why, wait for me to kneel down and beg you to open the golden mouth." The business of King Fang is unique in Dalongshan Xianjia Ferry. The borders of dozens of countries in the middle of Bay of Pingzu. As the final battle, the extent of destruction is actually much smaller than Chen Ping's imagination. In fact, the entire half of the mountains and rivers in the southern part of Aquarius Island are much better than the fragmented and devastated Tongya Island. The Baron army was along the shoreline of Fuyao and Tongya continents earlier. The army crossed the border like shaving their heads. It was tragic, and it could be said that there was no grass. After that, the troops scattered in Tonggishao, and they passed through the border. They carefully searched all over the place. There were ruins everywhere. The corpses were everywhere. It was still terrible. Not spared, after crossing the sea to the north, after the old dragon city fell, he went north to Bay of Pingzu like a comb. It can be seen from this that the barbaric army tent has made up its mind to rely on the entire southern territory, abandon the plan of a quick fight and make a quick decision, and come to have a bitter battle of mutual exploitation with Dei, and each will add fuel to the battlefield. Just watch. Who can consume it? Look at the big Li cavalry that once gathered the power of a continent, whether it kills more enemies or kills more. King Bofang is still the same, with 5 stories high, but the wood is new and newly built. Only the plaque and couplets are old. Presumably, it must have moved north to take refuge in the first place, so I can't take too much. The wild monster race will of course not let this kind of extremely precious Xianjia ferry pass. Chen Pingon looked at the content of the couplet with a smile. Children are not deceived. Our price is fair, compare heart to heart, and the guest officer will come back again. In the small wine shop of Jinchi Great Wall, the business experience is similar. There were 5 women waiting for business in the lobby. A young girl with elegant dresses immediately stepped forward and asked, "Does the son want to invite someone to appraise the treasure, or buy the treasure in the store?" Chen Pingon looked at a woman who happened to be here, turned his head to apologize to the girl, and then smiled. "I came to Guifang this time to find Mr. Hong. Let Chuiying lead the way." "All right." Because in accordance with the rules of the shop, if the 5 women in the hall were not for their regular guests, there would be a sequence of who would show up and speak. The woman's shoulders were hung like cyan flying insects carved out of jasper. She hurriedly walked to the man in the blue shirt who named her to lead the way. She smiled charmingly, with a little apologetic expression in her eyes. The son is? The last name is Chen. Chen Pingan explained with a smile. 20 years ago, I came to Qingfufang with 2 friends. It's the old Mr. Hong you helped lead the way. It's just a woman who can't remember her life or death, but she has a stunned look and smiles. Master Chen's demeanor remains the same. In fact, at that meeting, the man in front of him was still a sword-backed young man, and Qingfufang's business was good, and there were countless people coming and going. How could she recognize her no matter how good her memory was? Chen Pingan did not expose her polite words, and followed her all the way to the 2nd floor. The corridor has a large number of splendid lichens, a national specialty of colorful clothing, and the embroidery is excellent, but it is new. Chen Pingan asked, "How much snowflake money does this piece of lichen cost now?" Cui Ying smiled and said, "The price has at least doubled compared with the previous years. It is very dark. Now Keiguo is relying on this and the cockfighting cup to help fill the national treasury. It really doesn't make much money." Chen Pingan knows that this is one of Dong Shuijing's many financial avenues. This fellow villager has one business purpose: to earn money from the rich. Cui Ying gently opened the door, and whispered, "Mr. Hong, the guest comes to the door." Chen Pingan was at the threshold, smiling and clasping his fists. "Mr. Hong, I'm seeing you again." Hong Yangbo was stunned, and quickly got up. "Chen. Young master. I originally wanted to respectfully call the other person Chen Jianxian or Chen Shanju, but Cui Ying was on the side to avoid the taboo of landscape. The first time I met, I was still a curious, slightly restrained teenager. We'll carefully look around. Of course it is not the kind of scowling look. At that time, the young man who traveled far away, in Hong Yangbo's eyes, was at most a 3-level martial artist. He was on the way to martial arts and had just entered the room. When we met for the 2nd time, she became a young man wearing a hat, a blue shirt and a sword, just like a ranger on the rivers and lakes. This time, it is the Zongmen Mountain Lord of Luopa Mountain. Sure enough, the owner's vision is good. Only met once, and was sure that this person was the young sword fairy who fought back Sulang in the territory of Susui country. At that time, Hong Yangbo was still skeptical, but now it seems that the owner is indeed unique and his old eyes are dim. On the big table, besides the small incense burner, there is also a copper-potted plant. A row of boys in green clothes sitting on the branches, shaking their feet, just can't help themselves. The old man said helplessly, "The little guys are having a temper with me." Chen Pingan had a soft expression, smiled and waved, and greeted the green-clothed little people proactively. "Long time no see. I made up my mind anyway. If the little guy doesn't tell me today, I won't cross the threshold today." Fortunately, the little guys are very face-saving, chirping and laughing. They got up one after another, politely, childish, innocent and said the festive words that made Chen Pingan always listen to them. "Welcome to our shop and our house. Congratulations to make a fortune." Chen Pingan smiled and crossed the threshold, turning his head and saying to the young woman, "Don't be busy here. Mr. Hong and I are old acquaintances. We will do some business, and we will get red after the fact. It's always the rule to go. I have to trust Mr. Hong. The tea is no longer needed. I brought my own drinks and invite Mr. Hong to drink." Hong Yangbua nodded to her. She smiled sweetly, gave a blessing, and said that she wished Chen Gongxi's dreams come true in wealth, and then she left. Chen Pingan did not close the door, and went straight to the table, stopping the old man who was just about to move. "Old Mr. Hong, don't be polite to me. I know this well, and I won't treat myself as an outsider." "The old gentleman is too polite. Does he treat me as an outsider?" Chen Pingan moved the chair by himself, and it was still the antique claret red chair before. Old people, young people, nostalgic. Hong Yangbua smiled and nodded, before he went around the table and took his seat again. Glancing at the open door, the old man was full of emotion. Back then, he just raised a mouth casually. After so many years, it's really memorable, not so good. Chen Pingan held back a smile, and said straightforwardly, "Old Mr. Hong, really don't want to go to my side to help. Baozhai business at Nujiashan Ferry, the stalls are getting bigger and bigger, and there is always a lack of a real steward. The two shopkeepers in Qilong Lane, Shi Rongwan and Jia Xing, are not suitable. Shi Ro prefers a stable life. As for the old fairy Jia, he is actually more suitable to be a second in command." Hong Yangbua waved his hand and said guiltily, "It's really impossible. It's definitely not that my old man deliberately took Joe to raise his worth. It's just a business matter. In the final analysis, I am still a man. My old boss had a great kindness in my early years, and the young owner took over Qingfufang. After that, he treats me not badly." The old man immediately laughed at himself. "I'm a little bit ignorant to talk about these great principles with Qin Shanju." The old man was in Qingfufang, and when he dazzled his eyes, he felt it was a matter of a few glasses of wine. He has been there for nearly 80 years. Chen Pingan took out 2 pots of Qingshanshan wine brewed in his own wine shop, handed it to the old man, and turned it over with his wrist. There were 2 more wine glasses, 2 flower cups from Baiwa Footy. He joked with the old man, the owner, but in the shop. "I discussed this directly with her. If it doesn't work, I will grab someone. If you are used to windfall, partial wealth, and ill-gotten wealth, it is a drink to quench your thirst. The more money, the greater the disaster. This kind of thing is better to be believed than to be untrustworthy." This is why Chen Pingan cares so much about the business of the 2 shops in Qilong Alley. As long as they are in Luopashan, Chen Pingan will go to Qilong Alley in person and check the accounts carefully on time, not even asking the 2 shops to hand over the books to Luopashan. Because only he, who is the owner of the mountain, really cares about this matter. Shi Rongwan, Jia Xing and their 2 shopkeepers will follow suit, and will not be completely wrong just because of a few taels of silver and a few snowflakes in the account. Hong Yangba's eyes lit up, and he picked up the wine glass. This flower cup does not seem to be an imitation. This is similar to the pair of Qingshanshan bamboo chopsticks in the early years. They are all good things with a price but no market. Chen Pingan smiled and said, "It's true or not. I can't guarantee that it was picked up anyway. If Mr. Hong is willing to change his words at this time, I will directly give a full set of flower cups as a meeting gift." Hong Yangbua stared. "It's not annoying, I can't say it. It's not a matter of joking with you. Chen Jianxian is so entangled, I really want to drive people. This wine glass has to stay." Chen Pingan looked around, and asked, "Is there any new products in the shop?" As for the Imperial Pine Smoke and Ink, and the Tashizai Tai, are both still there. Everything in the world is tied together. In many cases, you must believe it if you don't believe it. It's better to believe it if you don't believe it. The piece of Pine Smoke Ink has a relationship with Shinshuwei country, and it has a relationship with King Wei Dashan of Piyun Mountain. The reason why Chen Pingan didn't buy it back then was not because he felt sorry for the immortal money, but because he was worried that Wei Bo would be sentimental when he saw things. Time has changed. Now there is no such worry. Hong Yangbua first shook his head and then nodded. There are a lot of good things, but they are top-notch ones. Really, there are none. I won't show them to Chen Jianxian. Fortunately, the 2 items you mentioned are still there. I admire the owner more and more. These 2 things are not unsellable, but the owner deliberately asked him to keep them in the past, saying that if the sword fairy in green shirt comes back someday in the future, they can be used as a gift. Of course, giving favors does not mean giving away two things for nothing. There is no reason to do so. That rare copybook from the hand of the ancient shoe sword fairy, although it is a copy, the text is as beautiful as Chio Cicada's remnants, because it almost does not lose the original, so it has the reputation of the next authenticity. Hong Yangbua offered 5 small summers that year. Money, the young man was quite tempted, but directly gave 3 words, can't afford it. In the end, he used 5 grains of rain to buy that piece of goods, a complete set of 4 celestial masters cut ghost money. Hong Yangbua took out Yumohi copybook, and said with a smile, just calculated at the old price. Chen Pingon did not hesitate to take out the fairy money, which was refreshing and refreshing. The two sides said in the same voice, "Can I have something to add?" The old man laughed loudly, and Chen Pingon didn't feel embarrassed either. Hong Yangbua shook his head and said, "It's still the old rules, nothing to add." After, the two of them drank and chatted. Traveling from a long distance and returning to the hometown, people have a big vision, but the hometown is small, and the old one gets thinner. Life is short, and there is a long way to go. The people's heart is dangerous, and the wine glass is the widest. How much do you know about gathering and dispersing in the world, and take a drink slowly? Finally, Chen Pingon drank and blushed. After leaving King Fufang, the last time I was walking with a horse on the ferry side, I also met 2 short, yellow-faced children. In the end, I spent 12 snowflakes from Chen Pingon and bought 3 from them. Such things, 1 party, eternal good fortune, Wadong inkstone, a pair of old pit yellow frozen old seals, and a shallow red bowl. If you follow the market price, of course, you can't use so much snowflake money. It is estimated that the 2 children were taken advantage of, and as soon as they got the money, they ran fast. The 2 light-footed children began to whisper after they ran away. Both of their immature faces were smiling. Chen Pingon did not feel that he had spent the wrong money. Just like the small town in his hometown back then, every time the straw shoe boy sent a letter, he would fly to the next place. Chen Pingon had left those pessimisms at the head of the city of Hidao, and besides, all hope. What are you afraid of? The old ones can't go away, but the new ones can come again. Hope to be alive even further away from the original spring grass. Even if disappointment will pile up into mountains, hope will bloom again and again. Chen Pingon turned his head and looked at the 3rd floor of King Fufang. There was a woman standing by the railing. She was the owner of King Fufang who pretended to be a maid in the workshop, and a woman Jian Xiao who deliberately concealed her own weather. When she saw Chen Pingon turning her head, she immediately turned around and walked into the house. After meeting the young sword fairy last time, he returned to the King Fufang and said a word with Hong Yangbua. At that moment, he was fixed like a mud bodhisattva on a shrine. Chen Pingon retracted his sight, and instantly traveled thousands of miles away. On top of a sea of golden clouds, he walked slowly, took out the copybook that he had just bought from his sleeve, and laughed at himself. Because the young hidden official wearing a lotus crown in the wild world just made up his mind to ask Jintuoyuashan. And the opening words of this Shi Zai Tai are the shared feelings of Chen Pingon, the current awe-inspiring and the wild. Shi Zai swordsmanship. Sword of Coming Chapter 871. 17,000 word chapter. The next small chapter will be updated later and must be uploaded in the early morning. When Chen Pingon was young, he once sighed that Aquarius was too big, but it turned out to be only the smallest continent in the world. But for a monk of the 14 realms, the land of one continent was as small as his own courtyard. Those who have attained Taoism travel far away in the wind, with a bird's-eye view of the world, with a panoramic view of all oddities. I once saw a monk sitting cross-legged under a waterfall to enter the concentration, with his hands folded, under the sun, like a golden arhat. A bird leaned low and swept, and the tip of its wings cut through the surface of the pond, ripples. In the courtyard of the wealthy family, there is a large magnolia tree, and a woman is leaning on a railing to admire the flowers. She may be silently thinking of a certain sweetheart, with a raised eaves and flowering branches, secretly holding hands. The mountains in the small country of the Dolly clan, the mountain roads are steep, the bearers who lift the sliding poles, and the female family members of the guests who walk like flying, and take the sedan chair to climb the mountain are blindfolded and miss the great scenery along the way. In a water town, there is a girl in a lotus skirt on the side of the road, barefoot, carrying embroidered shoes, walking on tiptoes. A wealthy young man, with hundreds of slaves, drove a mountain and dredged a lake in a secluded place where the mountains and rivers and spirits have fallen and there is no fill. There was Gao Shi drunk lying in the pavilion in the mountain, and suddenly white clouds came outside the cliff pavilion. He raised his glass high and threw it out of the pavilion. Gao Shi was drunk with dim eyes, and said loudly, saying that there are 9 water-stubborn rocks lying on the mountain, and I don't know how many thousands of them. For thousands of years, Baiyun under this pavilion has provided the most refining methods. Seeing this beautiful scenery, I am grateful. There are several fairy masters riding the cranes, among them, the delicate young people wave their whisks, making the white clouds flying around like chaotic snow, and the smiling girls on the side like flowers. In a deep and secluded mountain, there was a 2-foot-tall goddess of mountain goddess. She was walking on the corridor with her skirt swaying on the ground. Behind her were 2 rows of virgin boys and girls who died and were gathered by her after their deaths. An unclear peak, the mountain is steep and slender like a carp's back, the whole mountain is like a knife, chopped on the chopping board. On the edge of the cliff at the end of the mountain trail, there was a lonely courtyard built with white walls and tiles, a patio, for waters, and only an ancient pine rooted in the cliff nearby. But more, it was the ruins of those cities and towns. It has been many years since the war ended, but it still hasn't been able to restore its former appearance. In the mountains and rivers of the half-continent, there are 2 different things, except for the old cliff engraved books on the mountain and countless brand-new epitaphs under the mountain. Previously in Dolly capital, the imperial examination by Chao Qingqing was named Xuanxiu in the same year. He worked at the Hongfu Temple in Nangxinfang and helped Chen Pingan get some recent imperial residence papers. Chen Pingan went to several places recorded in the Dibao according to the picture. Most of them just stayed for a while and left after reading. In Yuzhang County, which is full of towering trees, whether it is used to build mansions or as coffins, it is of first-class wood. Needless to say, Chen Pingan saw a group of wood thieves fighting in the mountains armed with officials. And there are countless looms in Wuzhou, which is known as the Cocoon Mountain. A Zhiluo courtyard has been completed, and the official plaques are all hung up. It has been fully budgeted and less than a month, which is enough to show the speed of the various government orders issued by Dolly. At the boundary of Yunzhou of Huangting State, I saw that stream. As expected, it was really the entrance to the ancient Shu Kingdom's Dragon Palace ruins. The water quality of the stream was excellent. If it was clear, Chen Pingan chose a spring and drew dozens of caddies of water. I took a trip to the Dragon Palace site again, ignoring the ancient restrictions, such as entering the land of no one, entering it earlier than the Dolly Geomancer, and ascending first, but Chen Pingan did not take away the few treasures of the immortal family. It was a mountain and river tour. The earliest lotus roots in Tonggishao, and later the Xianfu ruins in Luzhou, Beiju, encountered the old master of the Taoist temple in Donghai and Dao Chang's son of the Dakshuanda temple. Chen Pingan is now looking at this kind of immortal, it's really a bit embarrassing. There is also an official of the Ministry of Industry of the Dolly companion capital named Li Chui on the Dibao. The family has been a hydraulic engineer for generations. He carefully drew a guide map, involving the diversion of more than a dozen dotted vassal rivers. Unexpectedly, the Dali court has dispatched a Chintian superintendent who is proficient in misunderstandings to investigate whether this matter is feasible. For the gods of mountains and rivers, there are also natural disasters and man-made disasters. In a great battle, the entire southern part of Aquarius continent lost countless landscape gods, and only then did the civil and military heroic Aean spirits from all over the continent, mountains and rivers, make up a large number of city gods and landscape gods at all levels. The diversion of the river is a huge disaster for the gods of mountains and rivers along the way. It can cause the gods of mountains and rivers to suffer floods, flood their golden bodies, and the gods of water suffer drought and expose themselves to the sun. The golden body in temples, under normal circumstances, can't walk, and migration is as difficult as climbing to the sky. There are temples and temples empty, and without the incense on earth, they will be cancelled from the golden jade genealogy by the court according to the law, and they can only be reduced to Yinsi. Then you can only endure hardships, at least temporarily borrowing incense from the neighboring city gods, not to mention that you have to borrow. Therefore, in the Shanshui officialdom, I have always preferred to be the county goddess with extremely limited powers, rather than the landscape subordinates who clearly restrain the lesser mountain gods and the rivers of Hebo and Hippo. An old man with the appearance of a farmer, with a sturdy figure and a tanned skin, is like an old village man facing the loess with his back to the sky, squatting on the long embankment by the river now, sighing and sorrowing. There was a young man sitting on the side, placing a bamboo mat with a Hunan pattern, and gently swaying the folding fan. The bamboo fan had a similar pattern to the bamboo mat. The young man's skin was a bit sickly white, as if he had been hiding in the study all the year round. A scholar who doesn't get exposed to the sun. The two stayed together, their ages were very different, and their appearances were in sharp contrast, like a piece of white tofu placed together with a piece of charcoal. The old man said, looking back, I will talk to Master Lu from the Department of Dali, and see if I can ask for some mercy and help hand over a copy. The young man shook his head, speaking straightforwardly like a stunned young man who couldn't figure out what's good or bad. It's just a principal, not a capital official, so I can't speak. The old man said annoyed, Who are the lords of the princes, can you climb high? Just like the little gods like us, who are in charge of the mountain and water boundaries of small mountains and small rivers, the chief Lu is already the biggest official I know. It's better to be a dead horse doctor than to wait for death here. The so-called Longguan refers to the Longzhong and Yuan Wai Lang who are the chief and auxiliary officials of the Ministry of Rites. For these gods of mountains and rivers who are not very popular, they are the great masters of the heavenly officials inside the yamen. The young man smiled indifferently. If the gods are going to marry, what can be done is to admit her fate. The change of course, regardless of self-interest, is indeed beneficial to the people's livelihood. The old man threw a stone into the river and said dully, The emperor is not in a hurry. The young man was still calm. Who made you my friend? The old man turned his head and glanced at him, and said softly, Here is a trainer, who is face to face. He can't see the real level. At first glance, it looks like a Sevuing state. The young man glanced at the approaching foreigner, in a blue shirt, long coat and cloth shoes, breathing long while walking, and he was not a mundane master at first glance. The gods of the world are good at looking for breath, and they can often tell who is better than a monk. Whether or not it is a gas trainer, as to whether you can see the depth of Taoism at a glance, it depends on the height of a golden statue of a deity. The young man folded his fan and smiled and said, I advise you not to go to the hospital in a hurry. Besides, the rivers here have been diverted, and a total of 6 river tributaries have been abandoned. This is a great thing for you, the mountain god, so don't worry about it. You have annexed the old waters under my jurisdiction, as if the water does not flow into the fields of outsiders. The other mountain gods and land princes in the vicinity are now eagerly waiting for the Ministry of Rights and Engineering Department to start blaspheming and diversion. As for those river gods and the low-ranking Hibo, they are resigned to their fate. Although the courtesy that accompanied the capital, the officials of the two ministries promised that the Dali court would arrange a retreat, but they were afraid that it was just a scene. Once they turned their faces and refused to admit it, who would they complain to? The veteran cried out, "What a good thing, the site is big, there will be more rights and wrongs, not to mention that it was originally belonged to the jumping river. I am so upset. As soon as you leave me alone. Whatever the matter, help you guard the tomb. You were a senior official before you were alive, but at any rate, I was also a marquis and a beautiful posthumous post. How come I can't take the turn of Lao Tzu to guard the tomb for Tai Futsen? You really think you are the emperor?" The young man persuaded, "Even if the incense on earth is cut off, the family properties that I have saved, plus I will borrow some incense from you in the future, your pile of Yunling will be a waste guest who can only eat and not work. It is estimated that it will not be difficult to make another one. You have to think so, the ordinary master under the mountain, 60 years is almost a lifetime, so what can I complain about?" The green shirt stopped, clasped his fist and smiled. "San Xiao Chao Mo, I have seen Doshan God in Dayunling." The man surnamed Chao, who claimed to be Noxi Shanza, turned his head and looked at the young man. This must be the Tsinhibo who jumped into the river. Dayunling mountain god Do was flooded, and he was named a Ho before his death. He has served as county town god, and mountain god here. In Dayunling, there is a fairy illusion that the immortal soars up and down the market. Hibo, Tsin Wenxian, who jumped into the Bo River, had served as a transshipment agent during his lifetime. He was the abbot of a country's water transport and dredging and granary construction. The old man smiled and nodded, raised his arms high, and held a fist in return with the fairy master surnamed Chao. "I am lucky enough to meet. Yo, the little baby looks young and has a good vision." She recognizes herself and Tsin Wenxian, especially her old friends, who are notoriously simple. No matter who comes to Diaobo River, they will thank guests behind closed doors. Jiang Hejingshan is still big. Tsin Hibo was still pretending to be deaf and dumb, and Do Yen was helpless. The old fish of Tsin Wenxian jumped waves to chew flowers and eat. They are all famous up and down the mountain. The mountain masters who come to fish here are as high-ranking officials as the unique apricot perch and giant green in the river. For hundreds of years, I haven't seen Tsin Wenxian close to anyone. If I replaced it with the mountain gods, I had met a few big baskets of rich and noble princesses, and then he became a big pilgrim in her own temple. In fact, there are two places, Dali capital and accompanying capital. Even if many literati and scholars have heard of Diaobo, inside and outside the officialdom, no one dares to abandon the public for personal reasons. In this matter, I have to say a word for Tsinhibo and Diaobo. Words. The green-shirt guest looked around and smiled and said, "Tsinhibo is as good as external rumors, his temperament is weak, he doesn't care about the amount of incense at all, as long as the Hanoi people do not violate the prohibition and disdain to manage the landscape." If I remember correctly, the hundreds of thousands of people who have been jumped into the river's ends have been around for almost 200 years. There has not been a second-class Jinsher, but two fellow Jinsher backgrounds have appeared intermittently. Mrs. ? In fact, the early jumping of the river in the morning is very rich and mellow, whether it is the scenery, the atmosphere, the civil and military luck, and it is well known in the mountains and rivers of many countries. It is just that the years have passed and the dynasties have changed several times. There were no floods on both sides of the strait, and there was no drought in her own waters, so Tsin Wenxian stopped taking care of any unnecessary matters. So that Tsin Wenxian is still a he-uncle today, Otherwise, because of the reputation of jumping the Po River and the richness of water transportation, how can she be a water who is honored by the court, and even carried the river on the golden and jade genealogy enshrined by the Ministry of Ritual of that country? Xinjiang is not impossible. Dou Yan held back his laughter, suffocated his anger, worked well, and relieved his anger. This kid was cursing well, but Sun Wenqian was originally cursing. Regardless of whether it is the officialdom of the pre-mortem or the officialdom of Shanshui today, what a good thing is that evacuation is light, clean and self-conscious, does not go to the same trend, and does not manage contacts at all. Only now, Dou Yan feels sad when he thinks of the situation of his old friend Sun Wenqian. But after listening to the Madame ridicule, Dou Yan was a little bit ridiculous. This official statement is a bit detrimental. The gift of a scholarship is similar to a little concubine compared to the first-class 3 and the second-class scholar. Just like a woman is not the original partner of the main house, of course, she is like a wife and not a wife. Sun Wenqian didn't care when listening to a stranger's implicit sarcasm. After all, it wasn't the kind of swearing on the street, so I didn't understand it. Seeing that the outsider chose a fishing spot, he took out a can of drunk corn that he had prepared for a long time, threw it on the nest, took out a green bamboo fishing rod, touched some snails by the river, and hooked it. After that, he started to throw the rod and go fishing. Dou Shanshan is a natural warm-hearted, and he can talk a few words with anyone. Master Chow, where is the person from? A native of Day. This time I went out to travel south, just walk and stroll, stepping on the watermelon peel to wherever it is. It's good to dare. If you come a few days later, you might miss the apricot sea bass and large herring. God Doshan, what do you say? Sun Wenqian coughed slightly. Dou Yan was too lazy to pay attention to Sun Hebo's reminder. Instead, he got up and squatted next to the Master Chow. Many waters have already started to relocate. By then, the riverbed will be bare and the apricot flowers on both sides will die. How can we talk about the apricot perch? Chen Pingan nodded and said, as a result, jumping the Po River did suffer a great deal. I was so lucky. Dou Yan's heart was cold after hearing the following sentence. Brother Chow, when I see you, I won't go in circles with you. I might as well say something to Brother Dou. Are you an official of the Ministry of Industry of Dali Capital? On the surface, you are fishing for self-entertainment, but in fact it is an investigation. Mountains and rivers. The officials are not big, my brother sees people's eyesight, has always been not bad, look at your official air, tut, not small, really not small, you have to start with a master, right? In the future, you will be in charge of a master. I don't see a big problem. If I'm not wrong, Brother Chow was born in Cheer Street, Jingqing, and was a young handsome man of the great general, so he served as a monk in the frontier army of Dali. When the battle was over, he took advantage of the situation and transferred from Dallas Iron Cavalry. Serving as an errand in the Ministry of Engineering. Isn't it? Looking at the landscape and appearance of old Brother Chow, he can't be wrong, absolutely can't be wrong, but I don't know whether it is in the U Department of the Ministry of Industry of the capital, or the Water Department. The two lords of the Ministry of Industry are in charge of all government and decrees in the world, including rivers and mountains, official posts, bridges, and weirs and canals. They are not insignificant. Chen Pingan has never spoken. If this Doshan went to set up a fortune-telling booth, he would starve to death. Dou Yan didn't give up. Brother Chow, if you can give the official of the Ministry of Industry, of course, the master servant will be better. You only need to help pass the sentence, regardless of success or failure. I will come to Dai Yunling in the future, and it will be my guest of Dou Yan. Chen Pingan shook his head and said, Dou Shanshan wants to go wrong. I am not a big official. Dou Yan asked in a low voice, is Brother Chao the Qingwu of the Great Liqin Tianjin? Chen Pingan still shook his head, and quickly caught a bass, grabbed it, and gently tossed it into the fish basket. Dou Yan clapped his hands and applauded. Brother Chao is lucky. It seems that he is really related to Jumping the Bow River. For the sake of friends, this Doshan god really doesn't want any old face. In fact, in the past, no matter it was a colleague of the Shanshui officialdom, or even the top boss in charge of the landscape of dozens of prefectures and counties, Dou Yan, the superintendent of the city god, had never been so humbled and smiled. It was determined that this good-looking Master Chao was an official of the Ministry of Industry from Cheer Street or Ichi Lane, Dali capital. Dali officials, regardless of whether they are big or small, are difficult to deal with. For example, the river diversion, many mountain shrines, temples, rivers and water houses, including Dianling, and those who had prepared wines and accompany wine beauties, were not able to send in at the end of the day. Those Dali officials will not be guests at all, but they are still very caring about the specific implementation of their official duties, performing their duties in an orderly manner, and doing things in a very organized manner. What kind of people, what kind of friends? Chen Pingan knew it in his heart, and asked in his heart, I heard that Sinhibo has not many friends. Except for the Doshan, there are only a handful. I don't know if there is an old man named Shui among his friends. No. The old man's surname is Chui, he is a pure martial artist. I don't know, I haven't had much contact with people from Jianghu. Chen Pingan continued, the old man Chui once taught me boxing with great care, but he felt that my qualifications were not good, so he was officially confiscated as a disciple, so I can only be regarded as an anonymous boxing apprentice of old Chui. At the Luopa Mountain Bamboo House, the old man never talked about the past with Qin Pingan, like things like Chui Qing and Diabots and Wenqian being friends, or the old man chatting with Nuan Shu and others. Qin Pingan passed the right guardian of Luopa Shan. Only by hearing God's whistleblowing can we know it. Strangely speaking, Chui Qing has never had a good face on Qin Pingan's side, but on the side of Nuanshu and Xiaomi Li, he is very amiable. Qin Wenqian was silent for a moment. Master Chao Xian can really joke. On a mountain who has accomplished a lot of cultivation, went to practice boxing and learned some martial arts. Is it a waste of time and material? Isn't Master Chao afraid that his family and the elders in the mountains complain about not doing their jobs? Obviously, compared with the previous question and answer, this Hebo was more concise and concise. Chen Pingan caught a golden bass again, threw his rod into the water again, and smiled. There are no elders in the family. As for going up the mountain to practice, there are guides, but they also don't have the status of master or apprentice, so he claimed to be a casual cultivator. It's not the younger generation deliberately attacking people. Qin Wenqian smiled and asked, how does it feel to learn boxing for a cultivator? Chen Pingan said softly, learning boxing is not easy, especially Mr. Cus teaching boxing is so hard that people regret learning boxing. Qin Wenqian sighed. Then it can't be faked. This hidden young official of Dali is mostly really an anonymous disciple of Chui Qing. Chui Cheng's attitude towards martial arts is exactly the same as his rigorous attitude towards family and academic affairs. Qin Wenqian asked, since Master Chao claims to be an anonymous disciple, can Chui Cheng's one-piece boxing technique have any success? Chen Pingan smiled and replied, I have a great disciple who is a pioneer in martial arts. He has a better aptitude to practice martial arts. He was lucky enough to be accepted as a direct disciple. It's just that Mr. Chui does not stick to the trivial, and each is considered to be his own generation. Qin Wenqian nodded, it was something Chui Qing had done. Chen Pingan asked, Mr. Chui will also sing harmony with Qin Hebo's poems. Qin Wenqian smiled and said, of course, Chui Cheng's academic talents are very good, and he can be regarded as a literary scholar. When I first met him, Chui Qing was still a young scholar who had studied abroad. Dou Yan still doesn't know. Cui Cheng's true identity has always been mistaken for the reading seeds of a distinguished family in a small country. Qin Wenxian introduced, Lao Dou, Master Chao Xian is an anonymous disciple of Cui Cheng. Dou Yan questioned, which Cui Cheng? Qin Wenxian smiled, it's the poor scholar who has to drink with you every time I pass by. Dou Yan laughed and said, oh, it means that little Cui, I remember, why don't I remember, I have seen it a few times, but that little Cui has a high vision, only close to Qin Hebo, every time he only knows to cheat from me. Liqueur. Then Dou Shanshan found that the face and eyes of the young official from Dali were a little strange. Dou Yan questioned, what's wrong, don't call him what Xiao Cui shouted. The age difference between the two parties is 200 to 300 years. Is it possible that I have to call him Brother Cui? That's too hypocritical. Chen Pingan stared at the river in a daze. The river is as blue as the sky, the perch is just like hanging in a mirror, and if you are not near the cloud, you are by the side of wine. It turned out to have been young. Just like that old mother. This is an unimaginable thing. Just like Mr. Qi, Cui Cheng, and old mothers did to Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan is of Pei Qian, Chao Sunny, and Zhao Shu under them. Li Baoping, Pei Qian, and Li Huai are among the children of Bai Xian and the dumb boy in Qilong Lane. And those children who are still young today might also be seniors who are beyond the imagination of the descendants of Luopishan and the next sect. Probably this is what passed on from generation to generation. Chen Pingan squatted by the river and shook the two bass in the fish basket into the river. After putting away the fishing rod and fish basket, he got up and took out a white bowl from his sleeve, changed his name, and said with a smile, Mr. Tsin, in the case of data's diversion, the younger generation is outside the Dali officialdom and cannot change anything. But is Mr. Tsin willing to take a step back and do not need to replace the Jinshan Temple and Hiboshui Mansion, just around here as Yihu and Hibo? The man was speechless. Dou Shanshan heard it in a cloud of mist. Qin Wenqian transfers to Hibo. But where are the lakes within hundreds of miles? Yeah, you want to move mountains to build lakes. Young people really regard themselves as old gods of the five realms, have the supreme magic power to move mountains and seas. 10,000 steps back, even if you can move the unowned remnants of a few mountains, and then dig a large pit from the ground to carry the lake water, where the water comes from, it can't be the bridge that builds the river, and the water flows in the sky, dragging the Po River into the lake. Besides, it's a dry season and the Diaobo River does not have enough water. What's more, if you really want to act so recklessly, the landscape will affect the people on both sides of the strait. This will affect the people's autumn harvest this year. At that time, the Dali court will surely inquire, even if Dali is accompanied by the capital. The Ministry of Industry in Beijing can make an exception. The diversion of rivers is a foregone conclusion after all. Even if the new lake is built, it will still be the embarrassing situation of the unsourced water. The water transport of the lake is deadly, and the waters of the old Diaobo River. The descendant spirit will never follow Qin Hebo to relocate to a stagnant pool. At that time, Qin Wenqian will still be a lonely person with the burning incense. So what's the point of this move? Young and vigorous, I don't know what to say. But having said that, this kindness is something to be grasped. Qin Wenqian smiled and shook her head and said, Master Chao doesn't need to be so thankless, and he will lose the spiritual energy and official connections in vain. Chen Pingan smiled and said, Roam the younger generation to say something without embarrassment, this matter is not difficult at all, and it is like just a drink at the wine table. Dou Shanshan smiled with a heartfelt voice. Wenqian, look, does this look and tone look like the pauper Cui Cheng back then? The juniors will go back. King Shank took the bowl with one hand, just took a step, and disappeared in an instant, thousands of miles away. Dou Yan used the magical powers of a mountain god, and after taking back his mind, he was shocked and said, "Good fellow, it is no longer in the boundary of Dayunling." Soon after wearing the blue shirt, he returned to the Jiaobo River, still holding a white bowl, but an extra bowl of water. Dou Yan was greatly disappointed. The thunder was heavy and the rain was little. How much water can such a big white bowl hold even if the immortal family magic is used? Not as much water as a leaping river, right? What's the picture if you don't want to be near and far? But Qin Wenxian looked solemn and asked, "Master Chow borrowed water from Dadu?" Chen Pingon shook his head and said, "Run a little bit farther, and change the place to fetch water." Qin Wenxian asked, "But the sea water?" Chen Pingon nodded and said, "Mr. Qin can rest assured that although the water is taken near the sea entrance, the younger generation has already gone to the mud to clear it. For the time being, the water is clearer than the river that can't jump, but in the future, the water transportation products will not be too bad. This a bowl of water, the amount of water is adequate, enough to support a 300 days lake." Qin Wenxian was speechless. This is called acceptable? Legend has it that ancient immortals have the East China Sea in their sleeves. Dou Yan's eyes widened, and he craned his neck to look at the bowl of white water. Isn't the young man bragging and not writing drafts? Chen Pingon handed the white bowl full of water to Qin Wenxian, and said with a smile, "Mr. Qin and Mr. Chui met once, and friendship between gentlemen is as pale as water." Qin Wenxian was not a pedantic person, and took the water bowl openly. After Qin Wenxian took the non-heavy bowl of water, Chen Pingon looked at the surrounding landscapes, with his fingers close together, without the need for talisman paper, drew arcs and talisman, drew a circle, first to find the territory, and then turned his palm. In an instant, the mountains and rivers vibrated, and a few miles away from the Jiaobo River, at the border with Dayun Ridge, the boundary of 300 miles sank in an instant, but during the period, all the spiritual beings were shaken by the sleeves of the green shirts, and the clouds were driving fog. Was shaken off to the upper bank of the Jiaobo River, and then gently grasped, the collapsed mountain roots condensed into a mustard seed-sized earth ball, held in Chen Pingon, and once again used his fingers to draw symbols to learn from that fairy hairpin the city and Lu Shen are one person and one symbol. The water characters and the mountain characters are drawn on the bottom of the daking and the earth ball in the hands respectively. In the future, the big lake and Dayunling will form an embryonic pattern of interdependence between mountains and waters. Superb skill. A river uncle and a mountain god, facing such a method of moving mountains and rivers, are still unheard of, so that the golden bodies of the two landscape gods shook, and their minds swayed uncontrollably. What kind of Master Chow? It is appropriate to say that it is Chow Xianren and Chow Xianjun. Chen Pingon handed the pocket earth ball the size of an apricot to Dou Yan, and smiled, "Brother Dou, meet in Pingshui, it's good to see him, and he will ask for a drink later." This mountain character can be placed at the root of the mountain. In the future, the rustic will grow, and it will be beneficial to the mountain transport in Dayunling. As for Dayunling and the lakes and mountains in the future, there is no need to worry about the conflict between the mountains and the water, only the two will be stable. Dou Yan took the weird earth ball that was said to be a mountain character. It was actually a stagger, and he almost failed to catch it. The mountain god's face immediately blushed. Dou Yan glanced at Qin Hebo, who was holding the bowl easily. He was strange, why only he was the one who made the fool out of it? Chen Pingon said, "Wait a moment, I have to write a temporary letter, and Brother Lao Dou will hand it over to the daughter Chang Chunhao. I and this old Tiefu river god of water are half of the same town. Today's movement here, maybe Chang Chunhao can help me explain something at the companion capital and the Ministry of Engineering." Between words, Chen Pingon twisted his wrist and took out the pen and paper from his sleeve. The paper was hung in the air, and the mist filled with water. It became a mysterious landscape restriction. Chen Pingan quickly wrote a secret letter and wrote it to the man who filled the gap. The content of the letter, Yanghua, the of water of Changchun Ho, is all polite, which roughly explains the reasons for the changes in the boundary of the Tiaobo River today. The last sentence is the key point. It is nothing but the hope that this Changchun Ho will be able to do so in the future. Under the premise, take care of the Shendian of Dayunling Mountain. Just like every Dayue mountain monarch in Haoran will also govern many rivers, so the Dada Lord, who is in a high position, has many mountains within his jurisdiction. Chen Ping'an finally took out a personal seal, which was printed Chen 11. He picked up the seal, sighed towards the bottom 3 characters, and put it at the end of the letter. This is the first time that Chen Pingan has used the seal that has been collected for many years to formally seal a letter. In the future correspondence between Luopishan and other mountains, as long as it is the handwriting of the owner of the mountain, Chen Pingan, either the seal, Luopishan Chen Pingan, or this party's, Chen 11. This is the proper etiquette on the mountain. Chen Pingan put the letter in an envelope and handed it to Do Yen. Finally, he clasped his fists and smiled with the two of them. Mr. Tsin, Brother Do, the younger generation is still in a hurry, don't pass this, the mountains are high, and there will be a period of time later. Tsin Wenqian and Do Yen returned the gifts. Do Yen sighed, Wenqian, this time I'm drenched in your light. Heaven is great fortune, just come. Well-deserved fairy handwriting, understatement created such incredible fairy trails. Tsin Wenqian smiled and said nothing. Do Yen suddenly asked, Huh? Tsin Wenqian, do you remember the face of that Chao Xianjun? Tsin Wenqian frowned slightly, shook her head and said, I really don't remember. Do Yen said with emotion, what kind of thing is this? The immortals on the top of the mountain really cannot be guessed by common sense. Tsin Wenqian whispered, there is nothing hard to understand, it's nothing more than a gentleman showing kindness without repaying it. If he didn't guess wrong, in that letter, the mysterious green shirt guest would definitely ask Changchun Ho Yanghua not to leak his words on Do Yan's side. Do Shanshan carefully put the mountain character in his sleeve, wiped his face vigorously, and was about to speak. The golden body vibrated again, and his whole body was radiant. It was not only Do Yan's Dayun Ridge, but the mist rose and the colorful clouds lingered. There is also this Tiaobo River, which is obviously the season of summer and autumn, and countless apricot flowers bloom on both sides of the river, just like the spring breeze. Tsin Wenqian said softly, it's because of the 4-character admonition of mountain high and water long. Do Yen trembled, couldn't it be a moral saint who speaks Tianxian? Tsin Wenqian was silent. Do Yen scratched his head, what the is going on? Tsin Wenqian smiled and joked, it's not just that I know Chui Qing, don't you also know Xiao Chui? Suddenly, Do Yen suddenly realized that he was staggered before. Could it be that Chao Xianjun, who respectfully calls Chui Qing the old gentleman, is taking a bite of his grudge against him? Do Yen asked, I didn't ask Chui Qing what happened? I only know that this old friend has violated the ban several times and left the jurisdiction of Tiaobo River without authorization. If it weren't for Xiao Xiaohe, he has belonged to the lowest rank of the water in the world, and there is nothing to be relegated to, otherwise Tsin Wenqian would have been demoted again and again. The official hat is only worn down, but Tsin Wenqian doesn't talk about official promotion anymore. The Zhou Qinghuang directly talks to the Tiaobo River Shuifu. The annual Qinghuang temple will be clicked. No need, a small temple. I can't afford to wait for you, Tsin Dasui God. Tsin Wenqian looked sad, in the look of the green shirt guest, there is an answer long ago, so why bother to ask more? Chen Pingan then took a trip to Mei Glazed country, but he failed to meet the crazy drunkard's young county lieutenant in that familiar county seat. He originally wanted to repeat the old tricks, and once again bought some cursive scripts with the county lieutenant. After inquiring about the copybook with the county government, I realized that the county lieutenant had already resigned and traveled north. That deal back then was really a bargain. Chen Pingan bought a large pile of cursive copybooks with only Wushan distilled spirits, and the writing was both radiant and rigorous. Chen Pingan's own handwriting is mediocre, but he recognizes his appreciation level and doesn't lose to the calligraphy masters at the foot of the mountain. What's more, even Zhu Lian and Cui Dongshan talk about cursive calligraphy, and even they can't imitate the 7 or 8 points. It really can't be higher. Cui Dongshan said directly that each of these cursive copybooks can be used as heirlooms. The longer the year, the more valuable it is. Even Mr. Wei Dashan has a dead skinny face and asked Chen Pingan to take a copy of The Immortal Steps. In fact, there are less than 3 copybooks. The cross is completed in one go, the immortal steps are too weak, the crimson clouds are growing under his feet, the smallpox is scattered by wind and rain, the jade slips printed in dragon mud, the real text is refined by the fire. The master's method is better than Weibo, and he doesn't ask for it. He just went to the first floor of the bamboo building and borrowed a copybook from Xian Wanshu, saying that he had to post a few more times, otherwise he would rarely get his cursive spirit. Chen Pingan later returned to Luopa Mountain, and when he learned of this, he sent out the copybook on his own initiative. The cultivator also said in a serious manner that this is so embarrassing, that a gentleman does not take advantage of others. Chao Sunny was just there at the time, and he said, "I can help the teacher return this monk under the moon sticker to her husband." Chen Pingan bought a few jars of locally brewed Wui wine in Chishui city of Shujian Lake. Coincidentally, it didn't make a book. Drinking Wui wine, I remembered the ascended ghost repairer who just met, the master of Xuanpu, the city lord of the fairy hairpin, who happened to be called Wui. Fan Yan, the young city lord of Chishui city who had only one seedling, has always been regarded as a foolish fool. Now he has become the city lord. He has also attached to the Dali court, enabling Chishui city to grow stronger under the eyelids of the True Realm sect. Is such a hero, who once faced Gu Kan, who was a big boy, and took a mouthful of Gu Kan. Chen Pingan was walking by the water, and looking back, he saw a prosperous restaurant in the distance. It seems that for the first time in life, and the only time to set up a wine bureau, it was over there. At the banquet that day, Gu Kan was actually more familiar than Chen Pingan, a half-year-old child, chatting and laughing, with eyebrows flying. When Jiang Shangjin was still in charge, he set aside 5 islands from the Shujian Lake where the Xinjing sect was located, and gave them to Luopa Mountain, but this enclave was hung under the name of a young monk named Senji. Jiang Shangjin didn't bother with any discussion of the Patriarch's Hall, he decided in one word. Who has objections to this? Wei Ying, who can count his half-son. At that time, the chief worshipped Lu Laoqing. Or Lu Zhimao, the true monarch of Zhejiang, who was enshrined in the second seat. Or is it Li Fuyu? The Emperor Han Jingling in Shihao Kingdom on the north side of the book slips, because he had not practiced the Taoism, was nearly half 100 years old, and he was already showing a bit of old age. Today, after retiring from the court, I had a leisure time, and then started to play the old tune of a pair of grandchildren again, and over again is the wording, the Luopashan Chen Jianxian, I invited me to have a drink back then. These are not us anymore. No matter how good guys don't talk about the courage of the year, this story of the old man must also be mentioned. As for becoming the emperor that year, Han Jingling began to his tale, and went to Qingsha Island with Huang He, and asked to sit in the accounting room, but was stopped by Gu Kan. At that time, the two sides were actually not too quarrelsome. Pleasant, it's just that Gu Kan at that moment was like a different person. The city mansion was deep and didn't show it on his face. What to mention these trivial things? It's not the kind of casually throwing pots of Xianzhou wine, it's a serious wine bureau, with a large table of wine and dishes, just ordinary drinks. The doorway here, you children don't understand. If it's the wine on the mountain, on the contrary, it's boring. With these old almanacs, the two children had long been hearing calluses, shaking their heads and making faces at each other. A child opened his mouth early and said silently, helping the emperor's grandfather to say the words that he brought to the end every time. At that time, I was sitting on it. Chen Pingan only took 2 steps, making a trip back and forth between Shihaguo and Shijianhu, and he didn't bother with Han Jingling's words that added fuel and jealousy. Bragging is not against the law, let alone an emperor. After that, she quietly went to Mialio Island and found Li Fuyuan. She recruited an anonymous disciple from a small place called Xianyu County, Guochuanxi, who had poor practice aptitude, but Li Fuyuan taught Taoism. The direct disciple still has to pay attention. Seeing Chen Pingan, Li Fuyu was surprised. Chen Pingan asked about Zenji's practice, and Li Fuyu naturally knew everything he could say. The two sides talked to Gao Mian by the way. It turned out that Li Fui served as an offering to the Invincible Fist Gang after watching the ceremony at the Luopa Mountain, not Kaching. Gao Mian has stepped down as the gang leader. This old gang leader who has fallen from the Yupu realm twice before was almost interrupted by a big demon on the battlefield near Dadu. He fell again and only barely saved it. In the Golden Core realm, it's hard to be able to compete with others in this life. As a result, when Li Fuyu participated in the first meeting of the Zhushitang meeting there, he saw a scene of saliva splashing and 2 people akimbo spraying each other. 2 groups of people were arguing over there, not arguing whether to change the name of the mountain. It's about arguing about which new name is better. After all, a serious monk sect has adopted a bad name that even the Jianghu sect can't take. In the early years, if it weren't for the fact that the old gang leader was still strong, he couldn't beat and scolded, otherwise the matter would have been put on the agenda. On the side of Zhenjingzong, where can you see this kind of scene, the 3 sect masters, Jiang Shangjin, Wei Ying, and Lu Laoqing, are very convincing. The True Realm sect is also quite powerful, and in such a short period of time, 3 suzerains have appeared one after another. At the beginning, Li Fui was quite worried, whether the old Gao's gang leader would be greatly lost because of this. The hero was short of breath, but the result was not the case at all. When Li Fui found Gao Mian, the old man was in high spirits, and it turned out to be positive. Fairy Su Jia of Yangshan has been reincorporated into the ancestral genealogy of the Patriarch Hall. Sun Yuan, nicknamed the One-Foot Gun, nicknamed Yumian Xiaolangjian, another name of the Wushijing Gao, and the dragon who saw the head and the tail collapse the true monarch, these few rich people are all famous on the mountain. The hawks, claiming to hold up half of the sky, and half of the country was beaten down by a few of them together. I don't know how many fairies have earned a lot of money from these few people. In addition, there is an unknown deer who is named Xiabatio in the waves. He does not spend much, but he used a few snowflakes to open his voice and help some deserted fairies to create a kind of thousand. All the troops and horses have fallen under the imposing manner of the pomegranate skirt. Li Fui asked, Lord Qin Shan came to Gonglu Island this time, did you see Sovereign Lu or Master Lu? Chen Pingan shook his head and said, forget it this time. In fact, when Jiang Shangjin served as the sect master of the True Realm, in addition to the act of public gain for personal gain, he also called the chief to worship Lu Laoqing. The two walked on the path by the lake on Maiyanaji Island. Sect Master Jiang casually folded a wicker and smiled. Said a few words to Lu Laoqing. You think that to break the bottleneck of Yupu realm and become an immortal, you have to kill her yourself. This is your own practice, and I can't control it. But if you want her to die, I must let you die first. This is my own business, Jiang Shangjin, and you can't control it either. Lu Laoqing dare not take it seriously. About Imo is the road to heaven, but Lu Laoqing, who had to find another way, successfully entered the fairyland. From the chief worship, he served as the third suzerain in the history of Zhenjingzong after the two sword immortals Jiang Shangjin and Wei Ying. Chen Pingan took a trip to Qingsha Island afterwards, but not to find Lu Jimao, but to the Zhuxian mansion. The female ghost of Qingsha Island, Hong Su, her true identity is Huang Sha, the female cultivator of Mialiu Island of the previous life, and also Lu Leicheng's Taoist companion. A few years ago, she resigned as the female officer of Hengbo Mansion and became the concierge of Zhuxian Mansion again. Because she was still not good at dealing with the intrigue between those women, she really couldn't control more than a dozen maidservants with their own minds, so she resigned from the post, which was quite noble and leisurely and could make a lot of money, returned to Zhuxian Mansion, and continued to give horses to the horses. When the master was the concierge, he shook a string of bells next to the door when he met a visitor. I worked in Hengbo Mansion for a few years and saved a lot of snowflake money. Whenever I was in a bad mood, Hong Su would spend one. From the ugly and penetrating old woman's appearance to the young woman's appearance, let's seeing myself is not so disgusting. As a result, he cursed the prodigal wife to Master Ma. The ghost of Xiao Ma, who was born as a barefoot man, is far and far away. Now he is still in front of the second-class offering of Qingsha Island. If you have a genealogical status, you don't actually need to do anything, just get a salary for nothing every year. This man, who used to be one of the many handymen in the Jingxing stall, has a very humble status, but has a very elegant heart. Gue Xiao named his mansion on Qingsha Island Zhu Xian. The phrase, resound Zhu Xian, from a rare poem in the old country, sounded a homophonic, think, and Lu Chongran, the owner of the old Zhuchai Island, was the eldest princess of his old country. It's a pity that the long princess Lu Chongran, with a group of Ying and Yen Yen, moved out of Shujian Lake a long time ago, and settled down on a hill in a foreign land called Clawback. Over the years, Gue Xiao has not cursed Mr. Accountant less. While he said that he had no thoughts, he vowed to say that he had no intentions at all, and would never take the initiative to provoke Her Royal Highness the Princess. On the one hand, he sneaked and kidnapped Her Royal Highness to his hometown. The back of the scorpion, his mother's, the back of the scorpion, the fish, the slippery, the back, the ghost just imagined the white and tender back of the long princess. Just want to cry. Having said that, the royal princess is such a stunner, and Chen Ping'an is a young guy who is a little bit weird and crooked, but it's normal. I just don't know if Her Royal Highness the eldest princess hasn't seen herself for so many years across thousands of mountains and rivers. Will she become sick with lovesickness, haggard and thin so that her small waist becomes more and more slender? For her back then, this ghost really took his life. I gave her my heart long ago. She slept on her heart for many years. Hey, I really want to give the body to Her Royal Highness the Princess too. Today, Gue Xiaoma came to the gate of the mansion and wanted to go out, go boating and wander around on Zhuchai Island. If the Princess Long returns here, he will be able to see him at first glance. Isn't it a stalwart figure? The concierge Hong Su courageously asked, Master, does Mr. Chen really become the lord of the Zongmen Mountain? Ma Yuanji stopped and sneered, Can I make money by cheating you? The female ghost said timidly, That can't be. Ma Yuanji rubbed his chin, I don't know if the lingering love story between me and the eldest princess has been engraved in a book. Hong Su Yen said, There is also the story of the slave and maidservant, Mr. Chen also copied it down. Ma Yuanji stared, You are too stupid to be rescued. In the wealthy township of our chief Liu's Hengbo mansion, I don't know how to enjoy the blessings, but I want to run to a ghost place like me again as a concierge. I am surprised. It's weird. I really want the colored embryos to be in Hengbo mansion. There are more beautiful women and ants inside, all with and round breasts. If you don't pick your mouth, you won't be jealous, or it's not true. No one wants to come here as an errand. Look, just what you look like now, let alone scare people. Ghosts will be scared to life by you. I can't charge you. Why do you have the face to collect my salary every month? Every time it's just a few days delay in the distribution. I'm ashamed to be awkward. Are you a debt collector? Hong Su did not dare to talk back. Master Ma is always not so pleasant to speak. But after all, it's his own master. Ma Yuanji sneered with arms around his chest and said, next time I see that surnamed Chin, let's see how I deal with him. Young people don't talk about credit, and they are in the world. How about becoming a sword immortal when they become the Lord? A blue shirt appeared out of thin air, smiled and asked, what about it? Ma Yuanji took a closer look and laughed loudly. Oh, hey, Master Chin is here. On the neighboring islands of Shujian Lake, ghosts are gathered together. Almost all of them are devoted to practicing on the island. They don't go out very much. They are not worried about being killed by people when they go out. Just hang the island identity badge and hang on the boundary of Shujian Lake. You can get the identity recognition of both the Zhenjingzong and the Dei garrison if you are in and out of the way. As for the long trip out of the book Jinhu, you need to rely on your own skills. There are also ghosts that are forgotten, and they have done some shameless old business. When a conflict arises with the immortal masters on the mountain, if you kill it, you will kill it. However, he even paid a sum of money to Zenji. According to Zhenjingzong, it was done in accordance with the Dali laws of landscape, and the crime was improperly punished. If you are unwilling to give up on this, you can continue to reason with the Dali criminal department. In fact, Xing Yi was very hesitant at the time. Ma Di's method is better. Ask Master Zhang to go. What good way can you think of, when you are Mr. Qin or Gu Kan? Since you don't have that brain, look for someone with a bright brain. Xing Yi knew very well that the reason why Zhenjingzong and Qingsha Island were willing to treat their uninfluenced ghost repairs and ghosts extraordinarily was actually the credit of Mr. Qin. Zenji, the former boy on Maui Island, was born suitable for ghost practice. There were a lot of opportunities. First he was taken away from the fire pit by Zhang Di, the manager of Qingsha Island, and became the helper of the accountant. Then he followed Gu Kan all the time. For a few years, he has been a cultivator in the Sevuing realm, and now he is a master of the mountain sect. Before Gu Kan left his hometown for a long trip to the central Tu Shenzhou, he left the peace card with him. At first, he was worried about whether this move was in compliance with the laws of Dali, so he dared not take it out. After all, he used Dali. The Lixing department has nothing to do, it is a capital crime. Later, I learned that Gu Kan had already done it at the Dali criminal department and moved to Xing Ye's name. This kind of thing, according to Zhang Di, is actually more difficult than earning an innocent card. As for Ma Di, she is a ghost, and she has always lived in the fox fur talisman, and she bought a lot of rouge gouache. There are so many weird people and things in Mr. Chen and Gu Kan's hometown. Just talking about Mr. Chen's falling down mountain. At that time, Zenji and Ma Di were shocked by a thin girl. They saw with their own eyes a person suddenly fell from the top of a very high cliff, hit the ground hard, and hit the ground. Out of countless big pits, a smaller girl squatted on the edge of the big pit with her head in her hands. When the girl settled down, the straw sandals on her feet were full of blood. Later, they learned that the dark-skinned girl named Pei Qian was Mr. Chen's disciple. After determining the identities of the two out-of-towners with the girl's unique method, the little girl in black, carrying a golden pole on her shoulders and holding a green bamboo stick, was very cautious at first and suddenly became lively, saying that we paid money. I'm asking for a fist, to give the cerebellum on the ground a big blow. The little girl bounced around, twittering all the way. Anyway, she was talking about how good money is. As a result, Pei Qian held his small head, and said with a heartfelt voice, "My sons and daughters of the arena, walking in the arena, just for the sake of being a chivalrous man, not a false name." I was stunned that Zenji and Ma Di, who were also well informed and hadn't walked away at all, were stunned, and looked at each other. Because Zenji and Ma Di are not pure martial arts after all, they didn't know the many subtleties of the girl jumping off the cliff and smashing the ground, let alone understanding the height of the boxing technique of questing the earth with pure physique. Over the years, I have been paying attention to the movements of Mr. Chen and Gu Kan. The Shanshui Mansion news on the Zhenjingzong side will not be left. It's a pity that Mr. Chen has never heard from him, but it's Gu Kan who was in after the parting in Longzhou. They changed their lives, from the direct disciple of true monarch Zhejiang Lu Zhimao to the disciple of Zhong to Beidasheng, and he was still that close disciple. For the many wild repairs in Shujian Lake, that mighty city is far away and unattainable. As for the city lord Jing, who was hailed as the world's #1 demon giant, he was even higher in the sky. I was on Qingsha Island in the early years, and whenever I saw Gu Kan, I would shudder with fear. Later, following Gu Kan's travels around, the situation improved. In the end, as long as he was out of the house and even felt that he was by Gu Kan's side, he could feel a little more at ease. Ma Di once reminded Xing Yi that in fact Gu Kan is still Gu Kan. He has indeed changed a lot. He has become obedient and will do many good things within his power. Even many things are done by Gu Kan, which makes people feel happy and reasonable. He should be happy, but he can't be considered a good person. As for whether Xing Yi really listened to it, Ma Di didn't care, she only identified one thing. As long as Mr. Chen is in the world, Gu Kan and the mountains will become better. Even if Gu can successfully reach the summit of Haoran Mountain in the future, there will still be a certain unknown criterion in Gu Kan's heart for a long time. In fact, Ma Di felt a little guilty in his heart for the unpleasant remarks he had said to Xing Yi. After all, he traveled around with Gu Kan back then. More or less, Ma Di was a little close to Gu Kan, so he could be regarded as half a friend. I have to admit that you can stay at ease with Gu Kan. It's like walking the rivers and lakes with half of Mr. Chen, just eat and drink, carefree. Chen Pingan left Juxian Mansion on Qingsha Island and came here, and found that the island owner had been practicing in the house, so he did not disturb the clean repair of the middle 5 gods. Ma Di was swinging in his yard. Going to the top of the island alone, Chen Pingan sat on the railing, drinking slowly, and looking at a strange lake with books. I have been wandering around here for several years, but it is also this place that made Chen Pingan understand a truth: the heaven and the earth are heroic, and the ages are still awe-inspiring. Chen Pingan threw an empty jug of black wine into the lake. At that time, I was sitting on Jiheoyi. If it's the big and small wine tables of the Great Wall of Jinchi, that's right. Chen Pingan drank a pot of wine, and passed by a place before going to Yunxia Mountain. Looking at the bleak scene in front of me, it is hard to imagine that this is the Nantang Lake, which was famous in the past. The big lake dried up, and it is said that the water of the lake was drained by the old throne Big Demon. Now the water level is less than 10% of the previous year. A few years ago, this place was once a place of victory in Aquarius. Nantang Lake's green plum viewing, thatched plum dock has the strongest spring, the scenery is beautiful, and it is reputed to have cultivated this plum blossom by several students. In the 1,000-year Taoist temple, every time the plum blossoms, immortal masters, emperors and generals from other towns, gentry and literati, there are endless traffic, leaving countless poems reciting plum blossoms. In these years, the Sisters of the Green Plum Viewer, in addition to expending their spiritual energy, trying their best to use the water method to gather clouds and rain, they have been borrowing water to move water from other rivers in these years, trying to refill a lake. However, these two things are progressing slowly. As soon as the new mountain gods and lands near the tops of the mountains have complained, they can't blame them for acting impartially. After all, it involves the changes in the luck of the mountains, waters, and air. Trees are badly damaged, and filling the mountains with water is not a simple matter of replenishing rivers and rivers. Chen Ping'an saw a familiar figure, and was doing what she was best at right now, turning on the mirror to make money for the gods. This green plum viewing Zhou Xianzi is an expert in Jinghua Shueiyue, and he was able to borrow the scenery at his fingertips. In the early years, every time he went to a mountain sect, a fairy family mansion, he would use the secret method of the green plum view to intercept it. And then embedded her figure in the picture, and then sent it to those familiar mountain masters and mountain hawks. Last time she visited Longzhou, Zhou Qianglin was with Song Yuan and Lu Runyan in Yidefeng. At that time, Chen Ping'an had happened to be a little black charcoal with a red face. At that time, Zhou Qianglin did not want to miss any opportunity to become friends with friends of friends, and wanted to use Yidai Peak as a bridge to build a relationship with Luopa Mountain. At that time, Chen Ping'an didn't like her to do things indiscreetly, too deliberately, and it was easy to get her clothes on the top. He felt that she was too snobbish and there was nothing wrong with her contacts, but there was nothing like her who was not careful, so she declined up. After the two parties were separated, what Pei Qian told Chen Ping'an secretly, but it shocked his mind. Pei Qian said at the time that she saw in the heart of Hu Mei's sister, there were so many poor little people living in torn clothes. They were just like me when I was a child. They were so thin that they were almost starving to death. My sister was very sad, facing a big empty rice bowl. She didn't dare to look at the children. At that time, Pei Qian, who was still a child, didn't quite understand his unintentional words, which would make Master always reflect on it in the future life. At this moment, Chen Ping'an was leaning against a withered plum tree, looking at that mirrored scene, turning around. Somehow he had something to do with his own Luopa Mountain. It turned out to be a matter of observing the ceremony, and there was a lot of turmoil up and down the mountains on Izhou, and there were countless talks. The younger the trainer is, the more disapproving he is. He has a very bad impression of the young sword fairy who has shown himself in the limelight. He relies on his realm, is arrogant and domineering, and does not leave any room for things. In fact, Zhou Qianglin didn't think about how to say good things to Luopa at the beginning. It was just because of habit. After chatting a few words that he was fortunate to be acquainted with that Chen Jianxian, thinking that he would raise one's worth by this, it was a simple Jianghu road counting. It was a blunder to fry the pot at once, but it made people spend a lot of snow money, and said some strange things to that fairy Zhou. Why did you recognize the father of Luopa and like to be a filial son? Suddenly someone followed up with the money and made a mistake, missed a word. We Zhou Xianzi, maybe we have recognized a wealthy godfather. Zhou Qianglin didn't care at all, with the same smile, as long as those guys spent money to scold others, she would be very happy. There was only one sentence back to great-grandchildren, and you were all right. Chen Ping'an could tell that she really didn't care. After she took off the mirror, she shook her fist gently, cheered herself up. She understood, she found a way to make money, and next time she will continue to move out of the young sword fairy who can't beat her. It's best. If the relationship between the two parties is more obscure, you can definitely make more money. I believe that with Chen Ping'an's current prominent status, how could he care about something with her, a young budding monk? It's just that when Zhou Qianglin looked at the shallow Nantang Lake, she was a little at a loss. Even if she could refill a Nantang Lake, how about so many dead plum trees? There was also the abundant water transport in the old Nantang Lake. She was desperate and burst into tears. It seems that life is always a bit bumpy, and I can't get through it no matter how hard it is. Even if it passes, it is only people, not things. Zhou Qianglin suddenly looked up, his face full of incredible. It turned out that in the blink of an eye, there was a vision of black clouds rolling, the sea of clouds gathered in an instant, the lightning flashed and thundered without the slightest sign, the weather was severe and thrilling. The sea of clouds envelopes the land of hundreds of miles in the waters of the old Nantang Lake, and day is like night. The heavy rain fell to the world, and the water level of Nantang Lake began to rise rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The robe on her body can shed water, but she doesn't mind the heavy rain. Chen Pingan hesitated for a moment, did not leave quietly, but laughed out. It happened to pass by the expensive land. By coincidence, I have to thank Fairy Zhou for saying a few words about Luopishan for nothing. Zhou Qianglin, who had a guilty conscience, immediately turned his head, wiped the tears on his face, and cast a blessing on the fallen mountain sword fairy, and smiled. I have seen Lord Qin Shan. Chen Pingan said, I just happened to pass by and encountered such a vision of heaven and earth. Although I didn't see the legendary Qingmei scenic spot, it was a worthwhile trip. Zhou Qianglin blinked. Since the young sword fairy didn't want to tell the truth, she had no choice but to pretend to be stupid. Otherwise, how can there be so many coincidences in the world? In fact, in her impression, this young mountain lord has a very ordinary look and feel, very upright, and not approachable at all. Later, the shocking ceremony in questioning the sword made Zhou Qianglin even more determined that he should not have anything to do with Luopishan in this life. As for why Chen Jianxian acted in this way today, she couldn't understand, and she was too lazy to think about it. Anyway, she wouldn't have taken a fancy to her appearance, otherwise she would not be turned away back then. What's more, what does she fancy, what is she afraid of? As long as she can really help King Miguan restore her former style, she is not afraid of anything, and what she does is voluntary. A city orphan who was crawling in the mud ditch, was able to be brought to Qingmei Temple by the master at the age of a girl, and finally transformed into a on the mountain, to be blessed, and to be grateful to pay off his debts. Chen Pingan smiled. If Fairy Zhou doesn't dislike it, you can visit us at Luopa Mountain in the future, and then open the mirror in the mountains, and the money earned from the gods will be divided into 5 to 5. How about? But let's say in advance, there are several places on the mountain. The place is not suitable for shooting. What's the specific situation? We should wait for Zhou Xianzi to go to Longzhou. Then let Anwanshu take care of things, as well as the right guardian of Luopishan. Let's take you around and take a look around and choose suitable landscapes. Scene. Zhou Qianglin nodded blankly, a little in disbelief. Chen Pingan took out the Bigly Innocence card and used it again. I can help explain the several mountain gods near Nantang Lake. It's their business to listen. Zhou Qianglin once again sincerely thanked him. Chen Pingan continued, in addition to water transport and plum trees, I may be able to help a little bit, and Zhou Xianzi can watch the changes in the future. After a tug of war with Fei Fei, the self in the wild world got some water transportation in the river. As for King Meiguan's dead plum trees, naturally there is a way to remedy it. After all, I was fortunate enough to meet the old owner of the mountain plum garden, Mrs. Yan Yan. Zhou Qianglin wanted to say something but stopped. I really want to ask the young sword fairy, what is he doing like this? Chen Pingan finally smiled and said, I have to continue on my way. I will stay here soon. If I can pass by here next time, I will definitely go to King Miguan with empty hands as a guest and ask for a bowl of iced plum soup. Zhou Qianglin smiled and nodded slightly. After the figure in the green shirt disappeared, he raised the back of his hand and rubbed his red eyes. Some warmth, more shocking than thunder. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.